The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh he maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. That was from memory, so not quite sure if that was accurate or not. What's happening, Benton here? Rolling out of the truck stop, TA in Lafayette, Louisiana, 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 however they say that. Well, I guess we're paying for another month of StreamYard. I got the reminder to cancel, and thought to myself, YOLO, man. Of course, that's not even the case, technically, the YOLO, but and we'll see if we can ease into the spiritual topics. Yesterday's early stream, last night for many of the listeners, I got a lot of that out of my system, certainly. All right, what's this person doing? I'm going 4 miles an hour to finish my pre-trip inspection logging. Instead of making someone wait in the rain to walk across the parking lot. All right, now we're at 15 minutes. I was stopping and waiting, but he, for some reason, did not cross in front of me, bizarrely. Continued on in the same direction. And now that I've hit the fuel pedal, he's decided to cross. Guess he's going to Whataburger. How late are they open? Where are we going? Virginia. Woke up to a message about, and again, for all I know, they're sending this message just to me. I don't know. It's on a tablet, but it's always written as if it's addressed to all of the drivers. Something about, which is funny, because this guy that sends these messages used to be a driver for this same company. And then, but he likes to say that he is a driver. And I pointed out, last time he said that, I pointed out, well, you were. You're not now. Right. But something about you knew what you signed up for when you took the job, which kind of, I think maybe tips his hand that he's at least mostly talking to the new drivers with this company, perhaps. Or maybe just me. But I got to thinking about it later, and I thought to myself, well, that's two-way street, buddy. You went from driving a truck to safety department. Seems to me like you knew, you understood the behavior of drivers, so you probably knew what you signed up for. So a little bit of projection there, perhaps. Perhaps. I ain't mad at him. And as we know, with driverless trucks hauling freight now officially between Houston and Dallas, let me make sure the audio is working just a moment. You never know with all this money I pay for StreamYard, or we pay for StreamYard. Okay, good. We're good. Okay. Yeah. What's up, Leslie? Good to see you. So with the driverless trucks coming onto the scene, obviously, and they've been around since I entered the industry. There were trucks driving themselves at that point. And I want to be clear, this Houston Dallas deal is no human in the truck, which also is interesting from the standpoint of how many people, when I used to bring up, when I was still foolish enough to bring this up to people, especially in real life, and the ways in which people dismiss out of hand, right? Because to them it seems ridiculous, and one of the ways it would be dismissed out of hand was the idea that the public would not put up with it, right? Well, the public follow demons, right? The public is led by demons, right? As, by the way, the AI voice tells me to slow down and I'm not speeding. It's always interesting. But yeah, the idea of just, well, the motoring public is going to consider that dangerous, right? And they're not going to tolerate it. Well, the demons that they follow, that's who determines the people's attitudes towards things, right? An individual person in a vacuum, number one, they're not processing data for themselves. So we're already on a flawed, failed notion that the person who's not critically thinking and not processing their own data, who is in fact allowing the system to package ideas and then send the ideas to the individual via push notification, led by demons, well, they lack the ability to even critically think their way around enough to be scared of a truck with no human in it. So, what is even being discussed? But then, the numerous ways, and just the idea of, well, okay, but what about when the thing crashes, and, notions around liability and who's to blame? Do you really think that this demonic, wicked system of things is not able to account for such? And in fact, the way this company communicates with me, the attitudes towards truck drivers in general, in my view, is all based on the fact that the market, because employment is a market, right? Again, everything in America is a business, and demonic, by the way. To be a human engaged in business guarantees that one will be interfacing with demonic entities, right? I suspect money itself is a demonic force. So markets, if anybody follows the financial news, so what will happen is the market will predict ahead of time, well, is the Federal Reserve going to raise rates or not? And so if the Federal Reserve does something, they call that pricing in. So the news will say, yeah, the Federal Reserve is set to lower the interest rate or raise the interest rate a quarter or a half a point. And then in the article, or the news presenter will comment that how the market has already priced that in. It's meaning it's already figured out that's what's likely going to happen, and people have traded, right? People have bought and sold stock and shares, puts and options and all of this, calls, all of these things. That's all been sold and bought based on, that's what prices in the change, right, ahead of time. Same thing with employment. So truck driving, it seems to me, has already priced in and is already treating me as if I'm technically obsolete as a truck driver, meaning it's like, yes, you're still here as like a zombie or a ghost, right? And that's what they took to calling some of these financial institutions zombie banks. If anybody remembers the 2008, 2009 news, zombie institutions, right? It's still here functioning on some level, but technically it died 2 years ago, right? Same thing with Enron. It technically died on paper like 2 years before anybody figured out that it was. A journalist looked into their books and said, "Well, actually, they're insolvent, and the stock, lost almost all of its value more or less overnight." So same thing with the truck driver, but the industry won't just come right out and say it to the driver, like, "Hey, man, you're not going to be doing this job in 2 to 5 years." Now, some drivers will specialize. Some drivers will have the skill and the desire to say, well, okay. And some have already gone into fuel hauling, I've noticed, by the way. And of course, I'm doing the form of trucking that will be replaced first. In fact, has already been replaced, meaning there's going to be less drivers paid to haul freight between Houston and Dallas. And that's now. That's not in the future. That's now. Right. I just picked up a load in Houston. It's going to Virginia. It's not going to Dallas. I've hauled many loads from Dallas to Houston and vice versa. Right. I'm not speeding, lady. It's 70. I think what happened is this all used to be under construction. So part of that message that chastised the drivers for, they said, well, we had been admonished a couple of weeks ago to slow down and quit speeding. And now they're back to saying, and the speeding is happening again. But then what about when I'm in a zone that's 70, it used to be 60, the computer systems haven't updated. What if this guy's just going by what the AI tells him? Because remember, I have a driver-facing camera. I'm absolutely monitored by AI systems, right? Is this guy, does he even have the time to physically monitor these cameras? Well, some of the time for a specific reason, sure. But overall, I have to assume he's looking at certain metrics, right? So in a way, I'm already being interfaced with as if I am a machine. So in the last phase of long haul trucking done by humans, especially the dry van bottom of the basement, this is also the reason why I believe the rates crashed a couple of years ago and most likely will never recover, right? Probably the rates will never come back because why? Again, the market is going to price in the fact that, well, this 55 cents a mile we pay to Benton and others, that's not going to be here in the near future. And yes, there will be some costs that are only associated with the driverless truck. However, it's still going to be, I think that's like a third of the cost of hauling a load is the pay, right? It's as much as the fuel, I'm pretty sure. So that's going to be gone in the near future. So I'm already going to be. So, and also the safety guy at the company, he seems to be pretty intelligent, somewhat astute fella. He's probably seen the writing on the wall. And if he wants to stay in trucking, he's looking at going he's on the company side now where he's still with the trucking company. Right. And then, so perhaps he will have some kind of position, doing something on a computer screen having to do with the self-driving trucks, right? Same thing with his wife or lady or whoever this woman is, wife or girlfriend, doing the maintenance and all of these, the logistics of, getting the trailers and the tractors inspected and all of this, the repairs, routine maintenance. And then this fella from Little Rock I talked to day before yesterday, a fellow driver, he mentioned that he wants to drive a truck for about 6 more years. And then he's talking about he wants to have an office job. And he wasn't specific. And I said, you mean in trucking? He was like, yeah, I want to move up. Right. But, realistically, the way to move up in trucking would be to go to the owner operator side. So I'm starting to wonder if he's not gotten the idea that there's not going to be drivers in the near future. And maybe he's actually saying it to mean that he wants to advance in his career, but actually he's not going to make any more money, by the way. The money, the idea of moving up, it's not to go from driver to dispatcher to, driver, fleet manager, and then whatever that is, whatever that path is. That's not really a path, uh, if you think about it, especially not a company of this size. It's not really a thing, actually. And humans, again, symbolically, it seems to me like everybody has perfect access to information at the level of symbols in our subconscious mind. So, I have to think everybody's aware of it on some level that, yeah, this is not going to be a job in 2 to 5 years. Now, and what I mean by 2 years is for some people, it's already not a job because as more and more people, leave long haul. I'm not speeding, lady. Leave long haul and go into, I'll just slow down. Fuck it. I got plenty of time. The AI wins again, by the way. What was I saying? There's, and that's a thing anyway, right? But I'm seeing drivers now, who still have probably 10 years of long haul in them, right? Starting to go local driver. Like people who don't even really have families or don't really need to take home time. There's a channel I watch here and there that I'm subscribed to, and he's gone company driver. And he's the type, he'll probably just get rested up. He'll get enough, 6 months of proper sleep, and he'll probably go right back to it. But then he's already seeing the writing on the wall, just talking about how much the industry's changed in the last 2 years, by the way. So it's like, yeah, why do you think it's changed so much? And here's the idea of being led by demons. Most people blame foreigners. So if I go to his comments, it's a bunch of people talking about foreigners. That's not why the job has changed. Foreigners were doing this job when I entered it in 2018. Foreigners were doing this job in 1999. I'm certain of it. Like, what are you talking about? That's not the reason. The reason is because these are all markets, and they're not free markets necessarily, but that is what a free market does. In a free market, the market works out all of these conditions, right? So, whatever aspects of the markets, by the way, the algorithms, the supercomputers would know, they all know these concepts, right? And increasingly, that's what's making the decisions. And if you look at like my father day trading in the mid 90s, and if he had not been a compulsive gambler, or if he had known he was a compulsive gambler, probably he could have made a living at it back then. And in fact, I know he's got the skills for it and probably does make some money now, except he doesn't have any money. So you can't really make any money without having money. But back in the mid 90s, he had money, he just did not understand that he was doing compulsive gambling. Right. That's why I'm able to play poker, by the way, because I reckoned with and came out the other end of my own compulsive gambling. Right. At a certain point, I was in a casino in Vegas with $5,500 in my pocket, and I went into the bathroom, pulled the money out of my pocket, looked at it, and said to myself, "Oh, this money's at risk," meaning you're completely capable of just dusting off this 5,500 right here, right fucking now. So now, sir, do you choose to stay and put this money at risk, or are you going to get the fuck out of here? Right. And I said, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Because it's really, at that point, it's a choice. It's like, I knew what I was doing. Am I really, now I'm capable of just saying, fuck it. I will gamble with this 5,500. Who cares? Right. I've got that gene in me. But my father was not aware. He didn't know that that's what he was doing. So he lost most of his small fortune in the process. But the point I'm making even back then, as we got into the late 90s, early 2000s, he started talking about, and I follow this to some extent, he started talking about black boxes, right, which is algorithms. It's like, well, he's not going to be able to compete against when all his competitors, when most of his competitors are algorithms. Like day trading is effectively impossible. And I know people who claim to do it. That's fine. But, yeah, some people are able to make a living sports betting. It's still rare. Right? Now, could I here? Now let's get to pragmatism. I was considering over a year ago. Now I was on the verge of saving up $20,000 to earn a living playing 1-2 pot limit Omaha in live casinos, and which I do have the skill level for. And 20,000 is the minimum amount needed because it's absolutely mathematically possible to play well enough and still lose $10,000. Right. Now, some of that will be because when the person loses and loses and loses, of course, they're going to start making more and more mistakes. But I'm just saying from a mathematical standpoint, it's within the range of it's of expectation to lose half the bankroll right out of the gate. So that's why a person needs so much money. And at that point, I could say, well, I'll just live off the 10 grand until I figure out what to do. Might just quit at that point, right? But then also, it's within the expected range to win $10,000 in one night. Like that does happen. It's within it's within mathematical expectation. It's just rare, right? But it does happen. So what I came to the conclusion is the people who, and again, this is partially me, the people who spend all of their time in poker rooms and casinos, I don't want to spend 40 plus hours a week with those people. Legitimately, that's what it came down to was when I envisioned myself, and this is why the word of mouthing and the common sensing of everything just doesn't work, because somebody might suggest to me that who knows poker, like, well, obviously I can see that you're good enough. I've spent enough time developing my skills, and part of that is that the pool of poker players hasn't caught up yet. Like in No Limit Hold'em, the average skill level of the average, the median skill level of the player pool is too high for me I can break even over time, right? In No Limit Hold'em, especially when you account for the rake, right? But I still have enough of a skill advantage in Pot Limit Omaha because the player pool is still relatively new to that form of poker. And that, by the way, that's going to close. So even like if I did go and suck it up and deal with being around these fools all day, well, even that's limited because by the time I can't stand the fucking sight of them, guess what? By then the player pool's caught up to me in skill level. Am I really going to study and buy coaching and do all of these things to continue to advance my skills? Absolutely, I'm not. Because I know me, and the fact is, with the skill level to make a living beating 1-2 pot limit Omaha at live casinos, that's the same skill level that could continue to pay for coaching, or that could pay for coaching, work on my skills in my off time and go beat 10-20 pot limit Omaha and make fucking $500,000 in a year or whatever. Right. I'm not going to do that. I don't care enough. Right. I was interested enough to get good enough to rise to a certain level because I found it interesting. When I stopped finding it interesting, I stopped getting better at it, meaning, okay, I'm no longer interested in this. And this is the undiagnosed fake autism, by the way. I have the hyper focus and I get engrossed in an activity or a pastime, but then I abandon it and go on to something else. Right. That's how that works. So absolutely, I'm not going to continue to study. Same thing with famous poker player Tom Dwan, who's now gone insane. He's literally in an asylum in the UK because he was like the best in the world in a particular type of poker, but in like 2008, right? So the game has advanced so much, he stayed the same, right? So now they say at one time he was like $100 million in debt, which probably he was like 30 million in debt, right? And then the ego gets involved and he goes over to Macau and these whales just fucking ate him alive because, they know how to play long sessions and they know how to play on his ego, right? They're like, come on in, best in the world. We'll see who's the best in the world in the long run. Tom Dwan might have been the best in the world when he started going to Macau, but not at the end of a 48-hour session, he wasn't. Meanwhile, these people, This is just what they do for fun. These Asians, these guys, $500 million net worth and up. They don't give a fuck. They'll lose to Tom Dwan for 6 months and just smile at him the whole time, knowing that he's gonna go. They know he'll beat the smaller games when he goes broke, and they know people will invest just because he's a celebrity and they think he's cool, and they know he'll keep coming back for 15 motherfucking years losing to them. Right. This is, by the way, this is the demonism or the demonic forces of business. Right. I mean, seriously, you're going to tell me this is not demonic? And there's trucking companies that know for a fact that they're going to boot me the fuck out of this truck the moment that it's financially possible for them to get rid of me, and that they're going to watch me with a creepy ass driver facing camera, and they're going to have a creepy ass disembodied voice nagging me to slow the fuck down, even though I'm not even speeding in the first place. Right? Please reduce speed. Please reduce speed. And then finally, reduce speed, meaning like, yeah, we've been nice. Now we're not going to be nice. It's the fucking mob, man. Right? Now you can't leave. This is demonic. And so what? And let's define demonic. Demonic is everything that's not the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational energy. My own nature or essence. Everything that ain't me, everything that's not the I am is demonic. Everything. This realm, everything having to do with this realm that is not engaged in expressing in this moment the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational frequency is by definition the zero, the antithesis to the one or creation, and it is demonic. Right? The almighty dollar is demonic. Truck driving is demonic. Right? All of these industries that people have allowed themselves to identify with personally, right, as if that has something to do with them as humans, right? Same thing with the government. Same motherfucking thing. Demonic. And so when I look at these people, some of which are in the so-called truth community, and I don't have regard for the bozos and the gin pop. So, really what I'm complaining about is that the behavior of people that I otherwise have a lot of regard for, that I hold in high regard and respect, but then to watch them get engaged in memes and personally identifying whether they want to admit it to themselves or not on some level with Trump memes, and they might see a tweet of Trump, confidently and boldly striding with the wind blowing his hair and his tie back, and it says, some kind of italicized, sloganized message, whatever that was. Whether they admit it to themselves or not, they are personally identifying with that on some level and are experiencing feelings, specific feelings as a result. That's the process of being led by demons, right? And Trump himself is led by demons. Trump's a leader of demons, right? And are not the humans, even if they do have Nancy Pelosi's MS-13 spark of divinity, are they not, de facto functioning as demons if they are led by demons, right? And meanwhile, what would the system say? What would Moloch's machine say? Well, did you not offer, not you, the listener, did they not offer their own children their greatest substance and value, supposedly, as a burnt offering sacrifice to Moloch when they're newborns? Are they not continuing to offer their own children up to these demonic systems of business, education, government, right? Social Security number, as I was offered up, and you, all of us, my parents, everybody. I've met one person in my life that I knew for a fact, well, I knew for as close to a fact as possible, was never offered up to Moloch. Completely different breed of human. Totally different. So, what would humanity be if humanity just refused to engage in anything demonic? Also, how is that achievable? That's only achievable, in my view, by never allowing one's creative force that never lies dormant in any given moment within this delusion that time and space even exists at all within a simulation, mathematical algorithms and equations, computer code. This idea of the only thing that exists is now. It's here and now it's gone, and now it's here and now it's gone, right? And in each one of those moments, I am the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational energy, the source of all creation. That's my nature, right? Created in the image and likeness. And this realm was created the moment that force was willing to consider that it was even possible, based on the antithesis of its own nature, that it was even possible to break off a chunk of an otherwise indivisible force and to have that individualized aspect within a delusion, then be able to experience this human life in this place, which itself is a delusion, right? So again, the only way to not, so the human defaults to demonism. The human by default, by not expressing consistent with its own nature in any given moment, to quantify exactly a one in a binary system of zeros and ones in a simulation, by the way, right? What is being simulated? What is being simulated is a spiritual war between the forces of creation and the antithesis of that force. So it's not enough to say, is this all a distraction? Distraction from what? If the person's not specific, if the content creator's not specific, what are they talking about? Nothing. They're not talking about anything. So yeah, I just called it a simulation. A simulation of what? A simulation or an algorithm, and the inputs, the chat GPT input was start with the assertion or notion that the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational energy is the source of all creation and the greatest force possible, and then create its antithesis, and then run a computer simulation based on human beings, right, who have a creative force and a nature consistent with the thesis, right, of creation as source, and then create a delusion of time and space and run a series of experiments of time and place, and then antithesis wins if in enough consecutive nows, if every single delusional aspect that it's possible to break off a chunk of that indivisible force, if every single one of those aspects of delusion within delusion for enough moments in a row refuses to let it this little light of mine shine, I'm going to let it shine, right? Again, mockery system, the demonic system mocking me, this little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. And then, okay, well, we'll just watch what you do, sir. Right? That's what's happening here. I didn't make it this way. Don't kill the messenger. That's what the listener, that's what the being is experiencing. Your own discrete version of that, individualized and personalized to you. If in fact, again, if I'm willing to transcend my own solipsism enough to grant that you are in fact a discrete being, separate from me, which again, oh, we're all one on the highest level. Well, yeah, perhaps. I don't know. That's if I'm able to verify that you are what I am. But, so not really, sir, but okay, kind of in a way, perhaps. Maybe. So my daily life, realistically, it's a choice. Every moment's a choice between honoring my own nature with true knowledge of self, recently apprehended and experienced, a bell that cannot be unrung as far as I can tell, and or knowing that left to my own devices, I default to serving everything I would serve. My creative force it is subverted by the delusion itself into serving demonic entities via the zero one binary system, one being creation, zero being the antithesis of that. Right. Because remember, what I am cannot experience any of these negative states: defeat, depression, delusion itself, only within delusion, only by creating delusion. So, of course, Moloch's machine is designed as near perfect as possible to what? To steer the being through a never-ending series of delusions within a larger delusion, by subverting the being's creative force into even ever more creation of delusion. Antithesis can't create delusion. Only the thesis has the ability to create. Antithesis had to wait around for creation to create the delusion to even have something to influence demonically. That's what this place is. This is the place where the antithesis is permitted to demonically influence. That's what this is. So, of course, your parents offered you up as a burnt offering sacrifice to Moloch and Moloch's machine. What else was there for them to do? What alternative existed? As this trucker in front of me, not paying attention, almost crashed into a truck on the shoulder with its flashers on. And I was watching to see if the trucker in the slow lane was going to put his signal on, and I was going to slow down and let him over. Right now, he's bright lighting me instead of turning his lights off to signal me to get over in front of him. Not a fan of being bright lighted in the mirrors, sir. So every moment I'm not following the one, the kingdom of God is within me style. I am the source, right? Every moment I'm not expressing my own creative nature consistent with what I know myself to be, I serve demonism. I follow demons in those moments. And yeah, every day, unfortunately, there's a few moments where I end up defaulting to that. Because remember, there's no middle ground. There's no fence riding. There's no lukewarm, right? There's no, well, maybe good enough. No, it's a 1 or a 0 in every moment. Period. End of story. That's what every knee shall bow means. In every moment, every knee bows to demonic forces of destruction and delusion, or every knee bows to, but not simultaneously, right? Or the knee metaphorically bows to creation. That's it. And then at the end of the simulation, that's when it's determined at what, in the final analysis, which one, the thesis or the antithesis, which would mean what we believed to be antithesis was in fact thesis, and and vice versa, right? But then again, it is just assumed, right, that creation will win, good will triumph over evil. Love always, love can never fail, right? And antithesis says, hold my beer, we're going to find out. Only one way to find out, partner, test the spirits. Test the spirits. Already, baby. What's up, Land of the Blinded? And then so the personal aspects, and I believe Land of the Blinded, and this is not to criticize Land of the Blinded, I have my own versions of this. But then, how easy for the being to take all of that personally, right? And even as recently as 3 weeks ago, I was taking the truck driving personally on some level, right? It's not personal, right? It's the business of demonism, right? Now it is personal in a way, but I mean it's not personal in that I'm not, this, you know, I was not brought here, to be individually tortured necessarily, just based on what, my skin color, my accent, where I'm from, my gender and all these things, my biography, my name, my sports teams that I like, whatever. It's not personal. It's, any old human will do, right? Everybody gets offered up. So the idea of making something of oneself in relation to a demonic realm of delusion, that's dead, homie. That what kind of sense does that make? I'm no count. And I've known I was no count for a long motherfucking time. I faced that a long ass time ago. I was doing office jobs and knew on some level I was no count. But I was pretending to be something I knew I wasn't on some level. And then eventually, over time, growing to understand, well, I actually am of effectively no reputation in this world. A lot of freedom in that, by the way. Freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose. Well, I don't even have an account in this realm because that's dead. If I am what I know myself to be, I can't have an account in this realm, right? Render unto Caesar, let the dead bury the dead. That's all dead, homie. So, Land of the Blinded, the point I'm wanting to make is, I believe Land of the Blinded would understand that your average silly human takes all of this very personally. And by the way, I also took it personally, just maybe to a lesser degree. So Moloch's machine says, yeah, go out here and spread the news, man. Go out here and spread the good news, Benton. Let them all know intellectually what this place is. That just plays into my hand, is what Moloch would say. That plays into Moloch's hand because what these bozos are going to do is take it very, very personally. And they're going to get angry, not with Moloch. They're not mad at Moloch. They're not mad at demons, Land of the Blinded. And I know you know what I'm saying. They're not angry with anything but creation itself. They're angry with themselves for being so stupid as to end up in this conundrum or plight. How could I have possibly been this fucking stupid, they say. Because guess what? Symbolically, they know what they are. Everybody knows on some level what they are. If, in fact, again, this is why I am solipsistic. Because how could these people know on some level what they are? And what they are is more powerful than anything any of us could ever possibly imagine without having experienced it. And even then, there's no words for it, right? So I'm even, again, every day I become slightly more solipsistic. See, that I actually am convincing myself even more with my own discourse that, yeah, solipsism is the way to go. Not as a fake it till you make it, just as a more and more, the more I think about it, I'm like, yeah, solipsism makes the most sense, meaning you're telling me I now know what my nature is. My nature is one with the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational frequency, an indivisible force. But I'm supposed to believe I'm here with all of y'all. But y'all are also Nancy Pelosi's MS-13 spark of divinity on some level. And then symbolically, we all know this, and this is how we're behaving. Are you crazy? Led by demons? But somehow I've figured it out? It just doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. So Land of the Blinded is probably just some aspect of my own imagination that I like to talk to on occasion, who only comes around when my level of discourse reaches a certain level, right? And then it drops off and they leave, right? And then it comes back around and then here they are again, right? So, am I doing that? Well, on some level, if I am one with the force that's doing all of it, I guess I am. I guess that is me. So the "that's you" meme is inverted, of course. In Moloch's machine of inversion, it's not "that's you," it's "that's me." That's me, homie. And now we're getting into the concept of the law of attraction. And this, I got to watching some of the poker streams, and there was some rich businessman, Asian businessman, The professor, they called him, or professor was his nickname. And when anytime a new card came out, if he was all in, he would go, "That's me, that's me." It's like the inverse of the "that's you" thing, right? Or meme rather. So he's affirming that, he's affirming his allegiance to this realm of demons, right? And saying, "Give it to me, give me what Caesar wants. Let me rise to the level where I can influence Caesar. Let the dead bury the dead." He says, "Give me even more death. Give me, that's me." He says, "Death, that's me, homie, that's me." And who does this realm reward? See, under the concept of actual rich people, the laziest in society, by the way. And when I ever so slightly, momentarily, for half a second, took some of this message personally, how could I not? With my sensitive nature, it's like, to recognize, this realm will also always gaslight me and imply that I'm lazy or good for nothing on some level. Meanwhile, the laziest, most good for nothing motherfuckers are the ones born into fabulous wealth. They don't ever have to do anything if they don't want to, other than what? Follow demons. As long as they're following demons, they don't have to do a motherfucking thing, right? Keep the bloodline going, right? Hit whatever little bit of metrics the family demands of them. That's it, right? Whatever the demons that inhabit them demand. Beyond that, it's us that have to toil, that are made to toil and struggle and feel some type of way based on our own inability to follow demons closely enough in business to hit certain metrics, right? There's a reason they're sending me messages and not calling me on the motherfucking phone, because I'm just going to be like, "Look, man, and I know that trucks are already hauling freight without a human in the fucking cab. And in the next 2 to 5 years, I'm out of a job, homie." I said, "I know this and you know it, whether you're willing to acknowledge it or not, right? I'm going to act accordingly, partner. If I don't feel like climbing out of this rig and inspecting the equipment at midnight at the truck stop when they're circling like vultures trying to get my spot, I'm not going to, right? If it's 2 p.m. and I've still got hours on my clock and I feel like stopping for the day, that's what I'm going to do. Company don't like it, fuck them. They're following the demons of business anyway. That's their choice. That's you, homie. That's not me, right? I'm living in a truck. If I thought I could park this motherfucker for a week without y'all firing me, meanwhile, I parked it at Balkan. I got so pissed off at Balkan, I parked it for like 3 straight days. This is how identified with death and destruction and delusion I was. I got so fucking stressed out and pissed off, I allowed myself to fall into these negative states of being. Of course, it happened to coincide with the physical illness, of course. The body was healing, right? That's how much the body was healing. So it makes sense that I was in the motherfucking underworld. Let's call it what it was. It was Christ in the fucking underworld is what it was. I mean, that's what that was, man. Let's call it what it was. I was in the goddamn underworld. And, on some level, motherfucking underworld. And I parked it for like 3 days and just more or less had it out with the company. And they were on their best motherfucking behavior. Just, "How are you today? Are you going to be hauling any freight today?" Right? Are you even thinking about returning to work? Right? And basically what they mean is, well, you're not that far from the company yard. You haven't returned the equipment. We're pretty sure you're the type that's not going to just leave our equipment at the truck stop, 2 hours from the fucking yard or 3 hours from the yard, right? So, who has the power here, right? Meanwhile, what does the system do to wield power over me? The system of demonic business orders me about and bluffs me and tells me that I knew what I signed up for, and you might get written up and might get terminated. Hey, don't threaten me with a good time. And that's what I told this guy. I said, you know what? I to this day, I'm 49. I don't know what being written up means. Meaning I've been on jobs and I've heard that people go, oh, such and such got wrote up. Nobody's ever even come close to saying, hey, man, it's time to take you in the office and write you up. I still don't even know what that means fully. What does that mean? Like, I've got my own ideas. I've never been even told, like, what is this? I've worked with corporations that had a formalized process of, like, first it's a verbal warning, then it's like a come to Jesus, and then we make you sign a piece of paper that says you agree to do this, that, and the third, and then eventually we fire your bitch ass, right? Other than that, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, like, legitimately. And also, at this point, I would just be like, oh, you're going to write up a 49-year-old for the first time in his life of never being fired, by the way, ever. One time they say they fired me and I say I quit. That's as close as we've ever gotten, right? Oh, okay. If you really think you're the one to write that motherfucker up for the first time, I guess go for it. I'd like to see this. And then, by the way, I'm going to read it and we're going to find out if I'm even capable of signing it. And then if I don't sign it, we're going to find out, are you going to continue to employ me or not? Because I won't know if I'm going to sign that piece of paper until you fucking put it in front of me. I might just be like, no, man, I'm not signing that. And now, why don't I know that? Because what makes that decision in the moment is my nature, which is one with the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest level, which, by the way, can never fail. My essence can never fail. My essence can never know defeat, but not in a delusional way, not in a repressive way. It is infallible. It is perfect. My nature is the nature of perfection. Woo! That's true knowledge of self. My nature is the source of perfection itself, the source of all creation. That is me, homie. That's me. So as the rich businessman got rich from looking at death and saying, that's me, I am wealth, right? Through affirming my own nature. That's me. Creation is me. I am the way. I am the truth. I am the life. The resurrection of the risen Christ within me, by the way. Oh, but the same Christians who will tell me to be as Christ-like as possible will simultaneously tell me that I can never, ever, no matter how hard I try, because of the gospel of Paul, which is the gospel of Moloch, by the way, LARPing as the gospel of Christ, right? Will tell me, oh, yeah, well, go ahead and go out here and do a thing that you can't ever even possibly do, no matter how hard you try. Fuck you. Fuck you. I am that one. This is the revolution of the risen Christ within me, the resurrection of Christ within me. What do you think that means? That this idea of this biblical story of Christ defeating the antithesis, that cavalry, right? Right? The historical Jesus. Well, obviously, if all of that happened literally, what about the spiritual? What about the metaphorical? Right? It's working on multiple levels, folks. What about all of that? Where's the accounting for that? Does that not give me something to work with within this delusion? How could it not? How could it not enable me to get the fuck out of my own way to allow that force to express? It would have to. That's how it works. That's how things work here within this delusion. I didn't make it that way. But the realm will never not attack me based on all of this. The realm will never not attack me based on all of this. It will always kill the messenger. It will always say to me, that's you, that's you, that's you. You're bad, you're wrong, you're bad, you're wrong, you're bad, you're wrong. That's all this realm will ever say to me. And the fact is, we have Christians, so-called, like TBE, who will only ever listen to me speak on these matters and say, you're bad, you're wrong, you're bad, you're wrong. That's a demon, homie. That's a demon. That's a man who's infested by devils. That's a man who loves death. How foolish would I have to be to listen to that man? And by the way, I validate those attacks if I'm dumb enough to internalize them, right? But the human will think, okay, I need to get back at him. Revenge is dead, homie. That belongs to this realm of death, destruction, and delusion, decadence, and depravity. What I am can never be defeated by TBE. What I am is a victory that TBE, unless he repents and reforms and redeems himself within all of this, will never experience this victory. He will never experience this true knowledge of self, see? Ever. And that's my basis of compassion towards him. We're talking about a particular content creator in the so-called truth community, Toilet Bowl Earth, right? A lover of death, right? You know, perhaps going to make his own offspring in the near future to sacrifice to Moloch, by the way, to bless/curse into this system of business, demonic business, the demonic education system. Oh, well, but Trump's fixing all of that. Oh, okay. Trump's going to sign off on it. Follow the demons that Trump follows because they're going to sign off on you being able to bless, to TBE being able to bless/curse his greatest, gift, arguably, of his own fucking offspring. Spiritual innocence in the flesh, right? To bless/curse that into the system of demonic business. Because, oh, well, Trump's said he's getting rid of the Department of Education, so now it's okay to send your children to public school. Are you crazy? Well, when a person's following demons, that's all they need. Well, the demons gave them the logical reasons to follow all of this, so follow they will, right? Follow they will. What else are they going to do? They're certainly not going to moment express their own nature and turn the 0 to a 1. So let's face the reality, folks, that virtually, and again, back to solipsism, effectively everybody other than me, right, is going to allow that creative force to default to the 0, right? And again, back to the sphere of influence. My only power in this realm is will I, in every new moment, express a 1 consistent with my creative force, or will I allow my creative force, right, pearls before swine style, to fall into a 0? That's all that's going on here, right? Each new moment is an offer. Hello, sir. Would you like to affirm the 0 or would you like to affirm the 1? And I have to decide each new moment. And what we have are people who are almost always going to affirm the 0 in each new moment. What is the relevance of what they do to me? None whatsoever. Why would I ever identify with their opinion of me? Why would I ever identify with their attacks, kill the messenger? And then here I've been trying to preach to them. How foolish of me to try to preach to them in the first place. If they have ears to listen, let them hear. If not, fuck them. What do you think that means? What do you think the Bible means when it says let the ones who, if they have ears, let them hear? It also means, if not, fuck them. Just like, what do you think the book of Job means? It means, have you considered my servant Job? Antithesis. And meanwhile, if he fails and if he decides to curse his own nature to its face, fuck him. Fuck him in the ear. Fuck him in the other ear. That's what that means, folks. Right? Now, by the way, why am I out here watching a slow driving contest with a few super truckers speeding? Same thing yesterday. Part of the reason I parked it at 2 p.m. with plenty of time on the clock was I got tired of watching a slow driving contest. Meanwhile, I'm on the road. It's 1:12 a.m. I'm just watching a slow driving contest of truckers. Because if I'm with a trucking company and all I'm being is bombarded with messages to slow the fuck down, slow the fuck down, slow the fuck down, slow the fuck down, get off your phone, get off your phone, get off your phone, slow the fuck down, slow the fuck down. Why aren't you doing your pre-trip? Everybody else is. So it's a slow driving contest because the humans are being browbeaten into behaving however these companies need us to behave while they transition to, while they survive the transition to driverless, because some of these companies are not going to survive that transition, right? Get rich or die trying. Fire all your drivers or go out of business, right? In the near future, it's not going to be possible for for a company to employ a human driver at the level of bottom of the barrel dry van and remain in business. So, of course, yesterday was just a never end. And by the way, it was also humans who, on some level, understand that very quickly they're going to be able to just stare at their phone the entire journey because the car is going to drive itself, right? The car is going to drive itself. So they are driving like complete morons, and they're driving way slower. The slower they drive, right, in traffic, the more intently they can stare at their phones. So how long am I going to watch a slow driving contest when I know, well, I can park it by 2 p.m. I can sleep 5 hours, and I can wait around for an hour doing my morning routine, and then only really have to twiddle my thumbs for 20 minutes and then hit the motherfucking road, right? And I would have to be insane to not suit myself, right? Now, what I'm seeing from the company is they don't seem to give a flying fuck how many miles I drive in the short term, right? But I was hired under this idea of miles, 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 miles doing piecework. And the companies communicate this idea of we want 3,000 miles a week, right? Well, now we're transitioning to they don't seem to give a flying fuck how many miles I drive, right? It's slow the fuck down, stop speeding, quit looking at your phone, do your pre-trip. It's safety week coming up. It's the safety blitz, the biannual safety blitz or whatever. You think I can't see the writing on the wall with my fucking idiot savant levels of pattern recognition and analysis? Of course I can. I know what the fuck is happening, especially in conjunction with my intuition and my subconscious mind that works on symbols. I know exactly what the fuck's going on. Or, close enough, right? Yeah, I'll slow the fuck down. And then, no problem. And then this guy that I talked to, he said as soon as they told him, because he's tapped into the back channels and the gossip, as soon as they told him, yeah, we're going to start turning these 75-mile-an-hour trucks down, he said, fuck it. He started slowing down, just kind of as his own pilot project. And he said, yeah, since they told me to slow the fuck down and they're going to turn my truck down, he said, I've only been driving like 25. He said, I haven't driven 3,000 miles a week since then. Meanwhile, he worked for the company when they were cheating and running as close to outlaw as they could and also stay in business. And he said, yeah, I was getting $3,000 a week. Forget about 3,000 miles a week. And I'm like, fuck it. I'd rather work. I'd rather drive 2,500 a week. I don't even want to drive. But I said, hell, I got 3,300 the other week. Why did I get 3,300? Because I was still new enough with the company, and they probably were like, shit, this guy might quit unless we give him some miles. And they ran the fuck out of me for a couple of weeks. All right. Because we didn't really know each other. As I go 56 and a 65, and I'm catching up to somebody who's driving a rented U-Haul Sprinter van or Dodge van. And what are they doing? They're staring at their fucking phone. Obvious. What else could they be doing? Right? I'm in traffic because people want to look at their phones. That's their preference. At this point, whatever a person has to do to get through the day to stare at that's it. Whatever that looks like. Just we will do anything collectively to stare at our phones. That's literally where humans are. And by the way, what do you think my screen time is? That's not accurate because I do use my phone for. I'm going 56 and I'm slowing down further. Think about this. I'm now going 49 with the flashers on because it's a slow driving contest out here. That's what truck driving has become. And I mean, this isn't like the last month it's become this. So yesterday it was like super truckers, a few super truckers fighting past everything, passing everybody. By the way, I was that as recently as 2 weeks ago. And now now I see, wow, it's a fucking slow driving contest. Okay, I guess I'll have a slow driving contest as long as I can stand it, and then I'll park it for the day. Right. And then the person's telling me that he's wanting to drive a truck for 6 more years and then go to the working, in the office, right? And by the way, he was driving, as outside of the rules as possible for this same company like 3 years ago, making $3,000 a week on a 1099, or some weeks, not every week, right? But probably never below 2 G's. And now he's getting 1,500 to drive 2,500 miles. Same bozo, right? What is this? You tell me what this is. It's demonic is what it is. It's Moloch's demonic machine of business. And it's going to do whatever it needs to do as near perfectly as possible. That's what it's going to do. And if you don't like it, you're free to go live in the streets with nothing, as I did for many years. Surprise, surprise, here I am, telling you folks all about it. Right? I'm pretty sure that's not a coincidence. Most likely I'm going to be right back to that. And I mean this, the number one reason I'm even willing to do this job within this demonic system of business is to live in this motherfucking truck. Right? And by the way, the moment I speed up to 65, the vehicle that I slowed down to 56 because they were going so slow in a slow driving contest, them and this other car immediately speed up. Spiritually, what is that? That is something, right? That in and of itself is demonic. What is that? They're not going to let me pass them. You'll never convince me that's not something very specific, and it's not creation. I know it when I see it, right? What are they doing? Well, they're looking at their screen, and then every once in a while they look in the mirror to make sure they're still on they make sure they're still on the road, then they look in their mirrors. So in the process of all that, I'm one of the things they've been using as a frame of reference. So as I speed up, they speed up in the process of using me as a frame of reference. I'm driving their vehicles to some extent. I am. Right? This is fucking sick. It's sick. So how much longer am I going to continue to participate in this creepy fucking weird shit? I don't know. Probably not too much longer. And do you think they know that they've sped up? Do you think they know they were going 56 and now the moment I sped up, they sped up? And now that I'm going 68, they're not going to let me pass them? Right? Do you think they have any idea that any of this is happening? Actually, that's a expedited. That's not a U-Haul van. That's an expedited van. And now he's getting the air horn. Hey, bozo, don't you realize that you were going slow as fuck and I slowed down to not have to ride with you, and now you're not letting me pass you? Like, don't you know this? No, he has no fucking idea that he's doing that. Meanwhile, when people do this to him and he's aware of it, he's like mad at them. He's doing the same shit that makes him mad, most likely. Right? And no, what I am can only forgive him because he doesn't know what he's doing. However, how you gonna forgive a demon? How you gonna love a demon? What I am can't relate to a demon, right? And this is just complete insanity out here. So anybody who defends what's happening, right? And I'm gonna call them out. I'm gonna call them out. We know who I'm talking about. We're talking about creators in the space, right? Little C creators in the space. Maybe they'll put their big boy pants on and become that big C, step into their big C creator power like I have. Maybe not like I have, but as I have. Probably not. I'm gonna name them. I'm gonna name them. These identifiers with this demonic realm of Moloch's machine. In a thought experiment, a content creator in the space, defender of this demonized realm of death and destruction. He defends it. He makes excuses for it. Why? Because he's offered up his own motherfucking offspring as a sacrifice to Moloch. He did that. I didn't do that. He did. Enslaved by truth, defender of the fucking realm, defender of Moloch's machine, offered up his own offspring. Yeah, I understand. Oh, well, he didn't get them jabbed or whatever. You went out and signed them up for Social Security cards, didn't you? Did you not demonically bless / curse them into this system when by the time they were 6 or 7 years old, like my parents did? Bet you did, buddy. Bet you did. Probably paying for their college. Probably sent them to public school. Well, even if you homeschool them based on what? What Moloch's machine says you got to homeschool them based on, right? Based on the metrics that Moloch's machine says is what they got to do, right? I'm calling them out. Render unto Caesar and let the dead bury the dead. That's all dead, homie. You done offered up your own, what, is arguably, the greatest value that you could ever provide, your own fucking offspring. You've offered them up to a realm of death and destruction via a burnt offering sacrifice. And here you go, Moloch, and raised your motherfucking your own greatest value. You've raised it up, to Babylon, right? Motherfucking Moloch on the throne. Here you go, Moloch. Is this good enough? What else do you require of us to get through the motherfucking day? What else do you require so I can get through the day? Silly motherfucking humans. How about you grow a set of nuts and get to know what's going on inside of you? Or is it actual solipsism and in fact you're not what I am? Maybe you're not. I'm beginning to suspect that these silly humans ain't what I am. Because how am I the one performing on these levels and they're not? De facto, I'm starting to think they're not what I am. How can I perfect all of these things in this earthly life? And old obese Polly boy can't even get his shit together. Now we're talking about Paul enslaved. Can't even overcome, but he can somehow overcome opiate addiction, but he can't overcome his eating addiction. Something ain't jiving here, folks. Where's the discipline, sir? Where's the discipline? Because if you can't match old Benton in a discipline contest, you can't ever be what you claim you are. How come I'm the one out here can defeat Polly Boy at the level of a discipline contest? Now I saw months ago he was talking about fasting. Motherfucker, I mastered fasting before you ever knew what the fuck intermittent fasting was. You was still shooting hair on, and I was already mastering fasting. Are you crazy? How come it's always Bent doing all of these things? Right? Why is it Bent on the vanguard of all of these? And by the way, getting made fun of for it and gaslit and made fun of. That's fine. Bring it on. Do your worst, demons. Do your worst, demons. Have you considered that I am Job, motherfuckers. And if I can't show it, fuck me. Fuck me if I'm not showing it moment to moment. I am that one. Bring it, bitch. Because all that's going to happen is everything lesser than me is going to be shown as lesser than me. See? Burnt away, metaphorically. Burnt away as I rise from the acid, Phoenix style. Everything that's not me, that's not perfectly a one in this binary system, which can't never actually be a binary system, because what is the zero? It's the antithesis of what the fuck I am. Burnt away, bitch! Burnt the fuck away! Because it's always a choice between what? Burnt offering sacrifice to Moloch or ascension to my own nature within myself. And that ascension, that very ascension burns away everything that's not that one. Right? The very idea of a physical chronic disease burnt away. Burnt away. That's dead, homie. It's dead. It belongs to this realm of death and destruction. Fuck you. Fuck you. Right? You think my 90-year-old grandma fears death? She's hanging out at the house for fucking 30 years, damn near, saying, I don't know why the Lord hadn't taken me yet. I'm just puzzled as to why I'm even still here. What is this? She beat the game so long ago. She's like, what is this, man? Death ain't much. Just waiting on death, sitting around waiting. Bring it, bitch. Bring it, bitch. That's my grandmother. My grandmother's uh uh showing improving on a level most of you will never know nothing about. Right? Hashtag GOML. I don't control the part where most humans are just so weak, so golem like. It's disgusting. Right? It's disgusting. Why? Because they're led by demons. Happy to be led by demons. Happy. The demon says, here's your smartphone. Look at this. Okay. Now, in exchange for being able to look at this fucking into this scrying mirror or whatever we're calling it these days, then I'm going to need you to do this, that, and the third. So, Costco's fucking stock price could go up or whatever. Right? Okay. Okay. And by the way, I'm participating too. Yeah, I get it. Here I am, right here with the rest of you. In a way. In a way. Yeah, exactly. I already had them thoughts. I'm glad you said that. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Land of the Blind. It said even Benton's profile pic is a man who can only see the portal, the vag eye double. Is that what that says? I don't. The road is so destroyed in this greatest country of all time. I can't even read the fucking screen. I think that's what that says. Yeah, exactly. You know what's interesting is symbolically at a certain point, based on, and I don't fully understand that like Land of the Blinded does, but I'm not in full grasp of those concepts, or apprehension of the concepts, but for whatever reason, this is the appropriate icon for whatever the fuck this is within this system of death and destruction and delusion. Like somehow I've realized like this is the appropriate icon. Anytime I try to change it, I can tell like, wait a minute, something is different. Energetically, it's supposed to be this icon. I don't know why, right? I don't exactly know why. Subconsciously, I know why, but I consciously I'm not able to grasp it. Yeah, he's fully distracted. Oh yeah, Woody, exactly. Yeah, he's fully distracted and owned by. Oh yeah, by the vagina itself, right? Yeah, that was me, by the way. What do you think all that foolish? And I still identify with that to some extent. By the way, guess who thought Woody Harrelson was one of the finest motherfuckers of all time? Ex-wife number two loved her some Woody Harrelson, right? Uh, and then also she was a huge Patrick Swayze fan. But guess who shares a lot of the same astrology with Patrick Swayze, the actor? I do, right? Is any of this a coincidence? Of course not, right? And the fact is, I'm still somewhat identified with how women respond. Of course, how can I not be, right? And who comes on here and talks about how much he loves women, right? Well, do I love women or do I love how women respond to me, right? Exactly. You know, Probably I view myself in some way based on this icon where visible, barely visible within the reflection in old Woody's eyeglasses is Mallory, right? Where's my Mallory? Well, I've had my own versions of Mallory all along the way. You know, until what? Until this recent phase of whatever this this recent growth, and if that is even growth, getting out of my own way enough to accept my own true nature, right? Which I'm clearly not fully in acceptance of, but we're getting there, right? We're getting there bit by bit. And so this is the spiritual surrender, by the way, is to just in the moment say, yeah, absolutely. Of course, land of the blinded. How could land of the blinded not be correct here? Right. When I notice the accuracy of other folks, I just assume they know what the fuck they're talking about. Right. I just assume they know what the fuck they're talking about until proven otherwise, by the way. Trust but verify. Trust but verify. Yeah, Lilith. You told me that's Lilith. The problem for me is I don't know what that means. And just like these broadcasts, if you tell me, I'm still not going to know, if that makes sense. But again, symbolically, at the Carl Jung man and his symbols, I know exactly what that is, right? Which is why I know it is, for whatever reason, the appropriate symbol. But consciously and intellectually, I don't fully grasp it, right? And you telling me is probably not going to get me there, but it would probably help, right? And as I deliver these discourses, I understand on some level it's me honing my own understandings and comprehension in certain ways, because most of the audience doesn't know what the fuck I'm talking about, not fully anyway, right? Not fully. The rigged pyramid scheme, he's Lucifer. Well, there you go. Yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah, probably so, right? So here I am talking about all this stuff having to do with creation and one, and I am this and I am that. My own fucking vibrating icon apparently represents Lucifer, right? But by the way, uh, apparently appropriately, as far as I can tell, my intuition tells me, well, this is appropriate, sir. What's my own attraction? It doesn't seem to me like my attraction to that symbol is that I want to go out here and devil worship. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's not the case. Maybe it's an acknowledgement of my past unknowing devil worship, perhaps, and loving of death. Perhaps it's, I don't know. I'm speculating. I don't know. Can't call it. Rappers short for Lilith. Lilith. Oh, Lil. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, all the rappers call themselves Lil this and Lil that. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Lilith. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, and the movie itself, Natural Born Killers. My own attraction to the movie. A lot of that I'm assuming is based in that dynamic. Because then again, how, by the way, I've long ago recognized my own propensity to identify with female characters in fiction, right? But not in I want to be them, or it's an identification with whatever that is, whatever that particular path through life is. And not that I necessarily identify with Mallory, but certainly the pair of them on some level, right? I would say I identify with Mallory as a character as much as I identify with Mickey as a character, right? And I would see that, obviously society would be way more accepting, you know, in the past of me, the behavior, right? And then my own physicality somewhat matched. By the way, at a certain point, whether you folks realize it or not, I looked something like Woody Harrelson from the movie in a way, shaved head with muscles, right? Now, was that what I was trying to look like? And then, in fact, for a time had muscles and wore a fucking khaki dicky suit, right? So, was I symbolically embodying a thing that didn't even realize I was doing, right? That's part of what it is to be a human. Is part of the performance is symbolically, to not even consciously be aware of the performance itself, but to certainly symbolically be aware of it, right? And then, by the way, guess at that same time had my own Mallory, had my own skinny chick, who was feminine and submissive, but also her own version of an ass kicker in a way, right? Not quite as overtly as Mallory from the movie, but in her own way, right? She was down for the adventure of living out of a motherfucking backpack, sleeping outside, right? If that's not a badass chick, I don't know what is. By the way, following the lead of somebody like a Mickey from a story like Mickey and Mallory, right? From a story like Natural Born Killers, right? I actually found my Mallory, if you think about it. And I'm just now realizing this. Probably that symbol in a way is I'm mourning, something I've, but I didn't really lose it, but something that's no longer present, at least not, fully, right? But a part of me, certainly, as I would be a part of her, right? Mickey showed up and whisked Mallory away into a new life. I did the exact same thing with ex-wife number 2. Absolutely, 100%. She knows it and I know it, right? And, I don't think it's a coincidence, choose to believe this or not, especially 125 to 130 pound Benton. It doesn't quite seem to be the case, but multiple times I've literally intimidated the motherfucking police into just leaving. And wasn't even trying to. I left out of Portland, Oregon with a fucking 75-pound pack because I had such a huge backpack and had so many items and was so fucking physically strong and did not know how to pack a backpack yet. I was so green to living out of a backpack. I had the biggest pack North Face has ever made, the largest mountaineering pack ever. I was still about a $180, $185. What do you think Woody Harrelson weighed when he filmed Natural Born Killers, by the way? No way he weighed more than that. I don't know how tall he is. But an actor that looks muscled up on screen, they never weigh as much as you think they do. They're always older than you think they are, by the way. And at a certain point was walking the highway in Oregon, and a cop pulled over, right, to let me know, hey, we don't mind you walking the highway, but we know you want to try to get a ride, but we need you walking against traffic, not with it. And I was so fucking snarling, just shaved head, muscled up, just raw energy, fucking testosterone coming out of my ears. You should have seen the way this guy responded to me, man. And he basically more or less was just like, backed away from me and was like, okay, have a nice day. Because I think probably how I communicated with him was like, some version of, mannerly bent and raised in a Jehovah's Witness cult, but then the spirit of, well, I'm going to do whatever I'm going to do, but appreciate you stopping by and good to see you. Have a nice day. Right. But just spiritually, like, yeah, or I might just devour you whole in this moment. Like what, as I feel like doing. Right. And also another time in Humboldt County in Arcata, the cops sneaking up on me and, wanting to search my vehicle because I had Arkansas plates because he thought I might have pounds. And I was just silly enough. I was basically smoking a bowl, like more or less in my car, like front, in the fucking front door of the. Actually, this was Fortuna, I think. Could have been Eureka. Hey, Eureka, yeah. Basically, front door of the McDonald's, smoking a bowl. And I got to talking to him after I'd gotten out of my car and locked the doors, and now he's trying to bluff me into letting him into my car. And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm not letting you into my car. But this is what the guy said to me, the cop. He physically backed away from me. He said, I don't even know what this is. I said, I'm starting to think this is some kind of setup, meaning he's starting to think I'm some kind of agent, sent to catch him in some craziness. Because he knew he was doing wrong. He knew he's trying to tell me a bunch of bullshit and bluff me into opening the car for him, right? So he can illegally search my vehicle, right? He knows he's doing that. Meanwhile, I just want to be left. I basically told him, like, he's like, I smell marijuana. And I didn't say it, but it's my spirit is like, this whole fucking town smells like marijuana. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I know and you know that it doesn't mean anything that you're telling me that you smell marijuana. Like, my car is already locked, sir. I know and you know you need to get a warrant to get in my car. So are you going to go? Are you going to hold me here? Meanwhile, I know you can only really hold me here about 20 minutes. So, like, all right, whatever. And I just straight up told him, I said, I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm not letting you into my car. So whatever we got to do, sir. Respectfully, sir, I'm not letting you in my car. So what is that? I don't, and by the way, this is not my perception of myself. I don't know how I come across to these people, right? In the moment. I didn't have the intention of bullying a motherfucker, right? But yeah, I've bullied and intimidated the motherfucking popo on multiple occasions, right? Not on purpose, but whatever. Again, whatever. Who cares? I don't identify with that, right? But what was I acting out? What? By the way, what did this Moloch's machine predictably program me to do? And then whatever blessing / curse guiding force, right? Was that part of the journey to this true knowledge of self and all of this? Maybe that was part of the plan. I don't fucking know. It's above my pay grade, right? It's above my pay grade. I can't call it. And by the way, I'm not here to hurt anybody. And I'm at this point I'm almost certain I would not be willing to take a life in a self-defense scenario, honestly, but I've known about myself for a long fucking time what I could do, earlier versions of it, right? And not in a doing of harm way, but just in a, if it's him or me, if I'm put in a it's me or you situation, the old Benton was like, well, I guess it's you, partner, because it's not finna be me, all right, and just move on to the next thing, right? And I'm pretty sure I'm not like that anymore. But meanings, spiritually, it's just that why would I affirm that level of literal taking of a life within a delusion? That doesn't even make sense, right? Oh, I'm. That's how. Imagine strongly identifying with a delusion to the point of being willing to, end the life of another within a delusion. It doesn't even make sense, right? Like what? I'm going to karmically attach to that spiritually? I don't think so. I don't think so. Now it'd be like, oh, it's me or you. All right, I've been trying to get up out of here anyway, partner. See you later. See you later. I've been trying to get up out of here anyway. Appreciate you. Have a good day. Imagine somebody thinking they're going to rob me or threaten me, and then that's the reaction is, oh man, I've been trying to get up out of here anyway, man. Appreciate it, partner. Just do whatever you're going to do because I'm not going to hand over my money or my property. Just whatever you're going to do, go ahead and do it. You know. I remember in Portland back when this iPhone scam was going real strong. People figured out they could scam the system by finding a homeless person and go take them to all these different cell phone providers and sign them up and pay cash, whatever little bit of deposit and get, the maximum lines of service and then get a bunch of iPhones and then, jailbreak the iPhone or whatever and then sell the iPhone for cash, right? And so I kept saying no to this scam. At first, I didn't know what the scam was, and then I always said no to it. Finally, I was in Portland and said, fuck it, why not? And these two fucking scammers took me to the mall and we went to a bunch of cell phone places and I got $20 a phone, right? And I got so paranoid about them having my backpack in their car. Finally, I was like, look, man, I can't, this is, and again, this was nobody's homeless for damn near a decade for no reason. Whatever I was going through back then, I made them give me the motherfucking car keys. And at a certain point, I can't remember the ins and outs. At a certain point, I had the phone. I had the phones. I physically had the phones and the car keys. And I just told them at a certain point, I said, man, I'm going to end up with the car keys, the phones, and the money the way this is going. And they were like, no, you're not. But they knew I was right. It was like, somehow I was so much smarter than them in a way. Because why? Because they were so strongly identified with this realm of business and death and destruction and the almighty dollar, render unto Caesar and let the dead bury the dead style, that they were, whatever they had to do to get, they were so attached to whatever that amount of money was going to be, right? They were so attached to that they were just meeting all of my requests because they could tell that, well, he's the motherfucker who will just be like, all right, I'm out then, Because at that point I had, I was capable of doing day labor in Portland. So there were days I was making $100+ a day. So it's like, yeah, okay, I'll let y'all drive me around and, I'll make however much money, whatever. But then once I've got $80 in my pocket or whatever, it's like, all right, how much of this am I going to put up with? Crazy, man. Complete fucking crazy. Complete insanity. Right. Yeah, exactly. They are natural born killers. That's right. That's what they are. Yeah, that's the yeah, in the movie. That's them expressing what they are. Yeah, I agree with that. That was their expressing their own true nature. Yeah, I agree with that. And Land of the Blinded, much like me, would probably say, well, it doesn't really matter if you agree or not. So namaste, sir, namaste, perhaps. But yeah, they are natural born killers. And it seems to me like that would be because that's the levels they're operating on spiritually, right? Now I would say, the potential to transcend that is there, right? But again, what is the being affirming? Are they affirming the delusion, the death, the destruction, or are they going to? It's still back to the, every moment being the choice between affirming, the highest forms of creation or the lowest levels of destruction, right? What's up, Leslie? Good to see you. Leslie's out. It's early, Leslie, but I understand that from some people's perspectives, it is indeed late. I get that. I get it. I need to stop and use the restroom. And it's chocolate time. I'm gonna have some chocolate. What a blessing. What a blessing. And I think what's something that some people miss, Land of the Blind, is we're talking about natural born killers. We assume that Mickey is tougher than Mallory because he's a male. She's tougher than him because she's a female, by the way. Right. And that is depicted in the movie. She can take more punishment than he can, even, you know. She takes a licking and keeps on ticking beyond what he does, certainly. He's arguably able to dish out more. She can take more. Funny how that works. You know, this idea of woman as the weaker vessel, well, yeah, in a way, fellas, in a way, not across the board. Not across the board. My toughness does not come from my daddy's side of the family, I can assure you. That's a matriarchy, at least in my case. I'm about 3 times tougher than my dad. That's not an exaggeration. He ain't no overall. He ain't no puss overall, but I kind of see him that way personally. Bit of a puss. Pretty sure he could dish out the punishment though, but as far as being able to take it, maybe not so much. Maybe I'm a little more in touch with my feminine side in that way, perhaps. No spiritual surrender equals no spiritual victory, by the way. Apologies for eating into the microphone. It is what it is, as it always is. I heard a smart feller say that one time. Touche, sir, touche. The Vagi runs this shit show. It's why men do anything, work, hunt, eat, just to portal souls to hell. Yeah, man. I believe it's, yeah, absolutely. Makes total sense. Makes complete sense. Right on the money, sir. By the way, isn't that the end of the movie? Don't they have an offspring by the end of the movie? Mickey and Mallory, didn't they? Didn't they replicate? I believe they did. And I've never completely figured out why they brought that fella from the jailbreak with them. You know, when they broke out of prison after the, during the riot, and they, in the end of the movie, they're in an RV, and you can tell they're bringing that fella along for the ride. And then I believe there's, just going from memory, they either already had a kid or maybe she was pregnant. I don't exactly remember. Enough time would have passed, right? That that fella was still with them. I don't know what that's all about. The blonde haired fella. No, you're right on the money. Yeah. No, I don't resist. See, I have this thing where I don't resist ideas initially. So what I do is I'll spend time with your idea here, and if I if I don't confirm it, I'll just reject it later on. So, and I think what some people take for being too agreeable, what I would say is I think a lot of people are too disagreeable. They're too fucking quick to just take the other side. It's like, yeah, how about I consider this side first? How about I consider the side that's being offered, and then if I need to, I will take the other side later. Like, again, backwards. It's inverted. Right? Strategically, it makes more sense to not reject the idea out of hand. And it does make sense. Like in the moment, I'm like, yeah, it makes total sense. I know my motivations. Why was I running up and down a basketball court competing with other males, right? And I didn't even understand at a certain point. I was so insecure because of how scrawny I was that at a certain point I remember two girls my own age just standing watching me play basketball, and I was so insecure and just like the opposite of egoic at the time. You know, I was embarrassed because I looked up and I didn't have a shirt on. And I looked like Skeletor, man. From I had no fucking muscle whatsoever on my upper body back then. Even less than now. Well, I'm on the way back to that actually, but I have slightly more muscle now than I had back then on my upper body. And there's a 49-year-old, and now we're in another slow driving contest, by the way. So the only way to win that is slow down. We're 61 miles an hour in a slow driving contest. I'll go 59. Fuck it. Who cares? Anyway, every time I catch up to this IWX, he slows down. I guess he wants me to pass him, I guess. Makes sense, but whatever. Sounds like something I would do, actually. It was like, yeah, that's that whole system, right? Yeah, I didn't even know that's why I was doing that, or to attract females. Right? And that's what society, all this manosphere red pill stuff is. Number one, it's what I talked about when I got a little too sexual the other morning, which the male female dynamic, right? You think you're going to have your own Mallory to your Mickey, right? Are you sure you want to sign up for that? 'Cause that's a bad bitch. She a bad bitch. I'm gonna tell you. And she can take everything you can dish out. I promise you. And it's like, yeah, man. The way to do that is to compete and defeat other males. That's war, by the way. Go to war, whether literally or metaphorically, right? And prove that you are able to defeat your peers, right? In whatever way you choose to defeat your peers. And then the male is transformed as a result, and then here's your Mallory, right? I mean, that's what that is. So all these pussies, right? Moloch's machine's done them wrong, and I was forced into manhood whether I wanted to go or not. It wasn't up to me, but in order to be accepted in society. But then part of how that was done at the time was through, my desire, my own sexual desires, right? Have I really failed to place the water close enough to me to be able to rinse my mouth out after eating this chocolate? Little surprise. I'm a little surprised with myself on that basis. That's unlike me. Let me see. Let's turn the light on and check. Huh. Yep. Oh no, no, no. Aha! Barely within reach. I'm about to say, surely I haven't fucked up that bad. Hang on. Let's rinse the dark chocolate, by the way. Good for the teeth, it turns out. Maybe I shouldn't wash it off, but I'm going to. So the way I'm starting to see some of this male female stuff is, you know, and again, I'm not going to even attempt to figure out why Moloch's machine. I mean, I know why, but the specificities of exactly what Moloch's machine is doing necessarily. But certainly part of it is, the de-emphasizing of some of these, traditionally masculine characteristics, specifically in the males, right? But it's like, yeah, part of that is also, you know, development of the male into a certain level of man. You know, part of that is he needs to be able to be as much of a badass as she is, right? In a way, you got to be able to handle her. You know, I mean, this is I've never not had respect for ladies and females because I think just somehow I understood, you know, the power of that on some level, right? It would have to be. I mean, it explains a lot of my past behavior, certainly. The demons are insect-like inverters. Invert a brain. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. It's fascinating how I don't think, and I haven't historically thought in the terms that Land of the Blinded is speaking in the chat, but it lines right up with a lot of my recent discourse, right? And the major way that I seem to, and I don't mean Land of the Blinded, but from anybody else who even hints at any of this type of material is, and it makes sense with the inversion, they always, as quickly as possible, bring it to a collective, right? The collective is dead, right? That's only defeat. The collective that's the affirmation of everything that's not the one, right? It's there's no hope of anything other than death and destruction and demonic entities of all flavors, presumably, right? How that can't lead to anything but that, as far as I can tell. The only way out. Again, I've harped on it, extensively lately, but shit. Hang on, we're pulling over. We're pulling over. Picked a bit of a bad spot here, but I think we're going to get away with it. Hard to tell at nighttime where exactly to stop at times. Well, and the thing about all of the inversions, to me, that's also a technology that, it's fairly easy from my perspective to, utilize that to, for some reason, it's not allowing me to go off duty. This is strange. The software not working properly. Oh, here we go. Now it's going to work. And I don't exactly know what I'm trying to convey here right now, or I'm not finding the proper terms, but yeah, it's fascinating. And again, one of my themes personally is effectiveness. And, you know, it's fascinating to watch people who, and again, I don't mean Land of the Blinded. I mean, some of these other content creators, or some of these content creators who, you know, how quickly all ideas end up in a we or a collective or a society, anywhere but where the individual actually has power to do anything whatsoever inside themselves, right? That's the only area I am certain that I am able to exercise power within this delusional experience, right? Like I at least have memories of being able to discipline myself and work towards, specific, goals via practices and disciplines within myself, right? Whether or not that's all a delusion, it seems to be happening. And then I'm observing all of these other, again, solipsism makes the most sense to me, but, at least in a thought experiment that these are discrete beings, then, and probably they are, but, anyway, uh, why is almost everybody bringing almost everything to this collective? Which again, it's an inversion, right? It's Moloch's machine showing itself, in my opinion. It's like, hey, yeah, of course. I could see Moloch's machine saying, well, they've sacrificed their children to me. Oh, I'm not done with the chocolate. Okay, good. I didn't think I was. I only ate half of it. Either way, it's Moloch's machine saying, well, they've sacrificed their, their literal offspring to me. Their own substance and value in a way. And, spiritually, I mean, what does that symbolize, right? And so are these a lot of folks who just simply, spiritually, I don't know, is that to be beyond redemption? I don't really know, but again, within what's a seemingly individualized experience, I haven't done that. I was sacrificed to Moloch. But so would Moloch say, well, I designed their psychology before they even got here, and then, they were sacrificed to me, and I installed their psychology. And of course, when they, with their own creative force and all of this, the proposition or thesis, right, consistent with that, when they become aware of certain aspects, I've already designed. Moloch would say, well, and again, I don't like even saying I, but, they or it would say, well, of course, I've prepared the way for them to react, in specific ways, right? Oh, fuck. The shoulder is fucked. Hang on. There's so much trash on the shoulder, I'm having to get in the travel lane here a little earlier than I would want to. Hopefully, the tires survived it. It's a bunch of nonsense, a bunch of garbage on the shoulder there where I stopped. So it seems to me like their own programming and their own psychology, it actually prevents them from approaching these problems correctly. They're not able to internalize. They're only able to externalize. They are defeated, right? They're defeated psychologically. And that's what I see in the so-called truth community. Almost everybody I observe is psychologically defeated, right? So, when I have people like this, a long time person in the space, I'm pretty sure an alternate ego of some, I think I know who the person is. Well, I don't know the person, but I think I know who the chatter is, at least. And they're asking me about, is there any hope in all of this? And, or is it just a hell realm? Right. And it's like, well, you know, and then I broke it down yesterday, and I was very specific about, well, what is, what do we even mean by hope in this context? Um, did I lose the water again? Oh my God, how silly of me. I'm just a silly person. Did I actually take the water into the back? I think I did. The fuck is wrong with me? This is crazy. Gotta pull over again. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh well. Guess it doesn't really matter. There's almost nobody out here right now. What the fuck, dude? Oh, and just everything, losing everything in a big rig, also on a daily basis, is a fascinating experience. Oh, there it is. It fell over. That's why I couldn't find it. I was reaching for it based on its height. So it was within reach, but it had fallen over. And thus, I was unable to find it when I reached for it because it had fallen over. Well, that makes sense. So, a lot of what I talk about on this channel is, people, again, in the inversion, and people only accessing the yang of the yin and the yang, right, is, it prevents them from actually having the capability to be victorious over their own psychology. So they're actually defeated inside their own heads, which is what? That's a self-defeat, right? When a person's own brain prevents them from attaining victory in their own life, right? I mean, I can't even imagine that personally, but that's pretty fucking serious, I would have to say. That's pretty fucking serious. And it's that serious. And I don't see anybody, I don't observe anybody taking it that seriously as far as people who have channels and make content, right? Even Provo, I saw he made a community post, and it was like asking a question, maybe with a poll. I don't know if he had a poll question or not, but I forget what he was proposing, but he was like, is what's happening today characterized this way, or is it all a distraction? It's like, you're not saying anything. If you don't, a distraction from what? It's just like the people who say this is a simulation of what? I answered that earlier. But what? Okay, a distraction from what? Until that question's answered, that statement has no meaning. That's system speak. The system says, oh, it's all a distraction. And the brain, the psychology, part of how the psychology operates is always looks for a reason to stop thinking. So as soon as it hears the idea of it's a distraction, the brain says, oh, goody, I get to stop thinking now. So it doesn't then go on to say, from what? A distraction from what? This is how captured people are psychologically, that otherwise intelligent people don't know to ask the question, from what? Maybe they would not like the answer. I don't know. Because that's the reason. It's bizarre to me. Oh, it's all a distraction. It's all a distraction. The globalists are panicking. You're so powerful. The people are so powerful. There's so much strength in numbers that the system, it fears you. No, it doesn't. It knows you're a motherfucking joke. The system is fear. How the fuck does it fear you individually? What did the Hulk say in Avengers movie? Tony Stark, Iron Man was trying to get him angry so he turned into the Hulk. So it's Mark Ruffalo, not the Hulk. And Tony Stark's been picking at him all day. And finally, Tony Stark loses his patience and says, "Hey man, get angry," meaning turn into the Hulk. And Ruffalo says, "That's my secret. I'm always angry." That's how he controls not when he turns into the Hulk. He said, "I'm always angry. That's my secret." Same motherfucking thing, man. I forgot why I made that point, but I'll remember. I had a reason for that. What was it? It escapes me. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah. A distraction from the hell that this place is. Exactly. By the way, I'm convinced it could be a heaven. Could be. Could be. But not if people are so susceptible to demonic attack, right? So much so that right out of the gate, their parents offer them up to Moloch, for fuck's sakes. Right? It's basically day one offered up as a sacrifice to a pagan deity. You know, sounds like a hell realm to me, partner. Sounds like a hell realm to me. Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. Right? Yeah, it's heaven if you are exactly, exactly. It's heaven if yeah, if one is identified with that part of themselves, yeah, sure. Or not even part of themselves, if one is uh chooses to live their life based on that, right? But yes, I don't know, man. Again, I'm with highly suspect who says you'll never convince me that I'm the same thing as these people, right? Just because it looks like a human doesn't mean it's a human. I'd have to think. So, and I forget why I gave the Hulk example, but maybe I'll think of it later. But so these people again so psychologically controlled to not understand that if I'm willing to accept that they do have a true desire to see things, this idea of make the world a better place, which I reframe as, oh, you mean make it slightly less hellish, because to say make the world a better place implies that it's a good place, right? So like the terminology's off out of the gate, but again, you're always directing the power to where it can't bear fruit, right? Where it cannot do anything but serve Moloch's machine, right? Yeah, serpent seeds, not like us. That's why the song. I don't keep up with. I actually like some modern music. I just don't keep up with what's actually like considered popular. So I don't know. I mean, again, I like pop music historically. I'm not placing myself above anything. I'm just saying I'm just not aware of what the current songs are. That's the only point I'm making. I don't know the current songs. That's why that song is popular now. What's the song? Is it called Serpent Seeds? Yeah, they're not like us, exactly. Which that makes me think they know that they can't ever ascend to the levels I'm able to ascend to. Again, the quickening spirit, right? And I'm actually looking forward to going back to some version of Book of Job, right? In my own life, because this is easy. I mean, yeah, I complain about it, the truck driving. This is fucking easy, man. I mean, it really is. If I'm going to be truthful about it. Yeah. Uh, Now it's difficult, of course, but it's comparatively easy. But you know, I'm at this time I'm attracted to just more or less just wandering around at this point. You know, I can't even really. I try to concern myself with like, oh, there's tariffs. I need to go ahead and hurry up and buy a new pair of shoes or whatever. Who cares? I mean, like honestly, I can't even bring myself to give a fuck. Yeah, and mostly, yeah. Oh, they're not. It's the song's called "They Not Like Us." It was that tard who did the super. Oh, Taylor Swift or whatever. Yeah. I agree. Music's mostly crap, but I do. I've been able to find some kind of like emo rap, I guess. Unfortunately, Lil Peep is part of that. Some of the music in that genre appeals to me for whatever reason. But yeah, it's all like I said. That Satan has the best music, and best in air quotes, of course. But I'm pretty sure I'm not going to just starve to death, right? Like I'm pretty sure I'm going to have clothes. Like I'm pretty sure I'm going to have water to drink, right? I'm pretty sure I'm going to have enough shelter to not freeze to death, right? So I mean, I don't really just what's there to worry about, really. I'll be somewhere doing something. Does it really matter what that is? As long as I'm expressing that one and not that zero, I guess it don't matter. And I could preach to these motherfuckers, but I don't know if I can stand the sight of watching them, not having the ears to hear, right? It's like, really? It's to me, it's always been obvious. And again, this is why I say there's no such thing as common sense. But as a teenager, a young teenager, when I decided to devote myself to getting good at basketball, well, part of that was recognizing I wasn't very good at it. If I actually believed I was good at it, there's no reason to practice, right? But then being a bit nerdy and liking to read books, I went to the library and checked out a Larry Bird basketball book and read a book. Who knows who wrote the book, but maybe Larry Bird did write the book. I don't fucking know. But I recognized, okay, here's a person who's proven to be really good at basketball, and he's saying, here's how I got really good at basketball. So I just went and read the book and did what the book said. Like, it's not that complicated in a way. So, not that I want to be viewed as Larry Bird of certain spiritual matters, but it's like, hey, here's somebody who's seemingly showing an ability to level up over time. He will gladly tell you how to do this, right? Or not you, but he will gladly tell anybody or answer questions, and nobody's interested. Nobody ever asks me like, hey man, I've started meditating, and I'm having this problem. What, have you ever had this problem? And if so, how did you do it? Most likely I can answer all of those questions. There's a high fucking probability that I can answer pretty much any of that. I remember one time in the Slab City, some bozo uh, was trying to get pussy. I guess part of him trying to get pussy was talking about meditation. You know, everybody's sitting around talking about, you know, showing off their knowledge or whatever. And meanwhile, I was a accomplished meditator by then. And so this bozo is trying to talk about meditation, and I was just like trying to add to the conversation because I didn't realize or care. Being, you know, I was there with Mallory. You know, I was there. I was Mickey there with my Mallory. You know, and then meanwhile, he ain't got no woman. Indian dude. Oh, and I guess because he's Indian, he thought he had to know the most about meditation. So I tried to chime in and add to what he was saying, and he tried to shoot me down and said I didn't know what I was talking about. I looked at him. I said, motherfucker, meditation is like a light switch. I said, you're either in a meditative state or you're not. There ain't nothing in between, partner. I said, you trying to talk about it like it's a fucking dimmer switch on the wall, like you could just turn a fucking dial. I said, it's a light switch. Turn the switch on, I'm meditating. Turn it off, I'm not meditating. I said, every moment you become aware that the switch is off and you turn the motherfucker back on, I said, that's a rep, partner. What you gonna tell me, bitch? I didn't say bitch. So what you gonna tell me? And I said it in a, you know, less offensive way, but it's like, you know, I got versions upon versions upon versions of that, you know, in my fucking head at all times. And meanwhile, this is a motherfucker that I'm sure read books and, you know, watched documentaries and sat down cross-legged, and here I am, some bozo from the deep south telling him what it is. I said, no, motherfucker, it's a light switch. It's either on or it's off. What are you talking about? You talking like it's something it ain't. What is this? You know, again, it's easy for me to know in the moment because I was actually living what the thing is. You know, I'm not ever going to be out here, you know, in a basketball uniform with a basketball dribbling around, but I can't show that I'm, you know, better than the other people who claim to be doing that thing. Here he is showing up to the playground with his basketball and can't fucking make a layup. Like, what is this, man? I can't, I can't relate to that. I got to be able to perform. If I can't perform, it's all for nothing. I have to be able to perform. It's not negotiable. So yeah, somebody like Paul Unslave can understand concepts until he shows that he can perform in his own life based on those concepts. What good is it? It doesn't mean anything, right? It's just mouth game. I don't know who's going to Pauly Boy. You know, again, nobody's going to anybody and asking questions. But by the way, he could come to me and ask questions. You know, if he really wanted to better himself, right? By the way, part of me knowing what I know is anytime in my whole life that I've come across somebody that I could tell knew some shit, I would pepper them with specific questions. I would pick their motherfucking brain as much as humanly possible and gather as much data as I could. I treated them like a database. I'm querying the motherfucking database. Nobody ever queries me like I'm a database. I mean, it just doesn't happen. I'm confused. I'm like, why doesn't this happen? What the fuck is going on here? Again, back to the solipsism, right? Back to the solipsism. How come I'm the only person I've ever met that does a lot of these things, right? Why? Further evidence of the solipsism. Further evidence. Number 33, that's right. Don't get me started on the 33. I don't want to have to tell my grandfather's football stories again. But the number 33 is all over my grandfather's NFL career and his college career to a lesser extent. But yeah, I don't even want to get into all that. right now. Well, and I got my own version of Land of the Blind. It says they are running out of distractions. It's all remixes and remakes. Creation is dying. I I know what you mean. Uh, I'm not going to pick that apart just because I have a critical nature, but my opinion is that actually the state of the and I'm gonna end up agreeing with you. We're gonna say the same thing in different terms, but I got to put my own little stink on your statement here. So how could I not? But from my perspective, it's that humans have devolved, or what passes for humans have devolved to where what's required to trick and fool and distract them, it's fallen to such a low standard that it still serves the same purpose, but it's whatever they had to, whatever the system was using to get me to go to work and punch a clock in 1998, and to study for a Microsoft Certified Systems Engineer certification and all this, you know, whatever, the system had to use to motivate me, it's just what passes for that same level nowadays is even more degenerate and even less intelligent, right? So that's along a progression, but it's really a regression. So yeah, I mean that's how I view that. It's just like, yeah, these people are just, and I do believe people more and more. It seems like a lot of these folks, they actually identify at the level of their own self-image with being fooled, right? I think they, again, a lover of death, they want to be fooled by a realm of death, destruction, delusion, depravity, right? Like they want them to trick, they want to be tricked by that, you know. Uh, it's to volunteer to be sleight of handed, right? Because again, symbolically, I'm convinced everybody that has anybody that has a mind like I do and a functioning subconscious has to know what the fuck is going on here. They have to. How could they not? If yeah, pick it apart. Ah, well, I mean, to me, I mean, they is Moloch's machine, right? And again, I'm wanting to always give the benefit of the doubt to somebody like Land of the Blinded, who has the good sense to fuck off and not come around when I'm on some bullshit. So I respect that, right? On some level. And who, by the way, attempts to add to the conversation. I respect that also. So, you know, it, it causes me to want to sort of, you know, um, it causes me to want to sort of affirm certain things. But, yeah, I mean, there's not a lot to pick apart, honestly. It's just more of I've chosen to be so fucking strident in my own approach that it's like it would just be versions of my own, the way I discipline myself. It just turns into semantics at a certain point. So it's really neither here nor there, I would have to say. Sentimentally, you're right on, and you're far beyond me in certain types of ways, obviously, but not that means anything necessarily. But I mean, who the fuck am I? But yeah, it's really, I don't know. You didn't leave much meat on the bone. My thing is, for so long, I've put my own ideas forth to these bozos, these certain bozos in the so-called truth community that I've just fucking trained myself to leave as little meat on the bone as possible. So when I look at your statements, it's just that's that same mechanism that's like wanting to make sure that there's nothing there to pick apart. So it's like really doesn't mean anything that I can see a little bit of meat on the bone, I would have to say. And that's by the way, that's just back to my own competitive nature of, you know, before I turn over these ideas to everybody else. I need to do my best to tear them to pieces. So that becomes almost like a compulsion, I guess, or it can. So, but yeah, and it's always good to, I enjoy that there's somebody around who can, even add to what I'm saying. I mean, much of the time that's just simply not the case. I end up putting a lot of energy. If I don't really watch myself, I end up putting a lot of energies into just foolishness that's never going to bear fruit. And yeah, I might get a better night's sleep as a result of tuckering myself out in a way. But you know, the more and more over time, I'm becoming more and more aware of managing my own energies. You know. Well, thank you. Yeah, preach on. Well, thank you, Land of the Blind. Much appreciated. And I would assume you have your own versions of whatever that is. So you as well, right? You as well. And I'll say, probably what's happening is, game recognized game in that, again, I'm just reading fucking chats on the screen, right? But over time, I seem to detect a person similar to me in a way who will just, once they know something to be true, that's good enough for. It's like, yeah, I'm not that concerned with what other people think about what I know to be true, right? Now, for me personally, I have, again, I probably as a person am that way, and then the Jehovah's Witness cult weaponized it, when I was a child via, speaking that, we're Jehovah's Witnesses, we speak out fearlessness, and then never shutting the fuck up about the truth, right? So in a way, and then supposedly, again, is this even real? My uncle, who's a judge and into genealogy, and again, I don't know that the fact that he's a judge means anything, but um, claims that we're all descended from Davy Crockett on my dad's side. Who's one of his famous sayings was first make sure you're right, then go ahead. It's like I've kind of always been that way. It's like I know I'm right, and that's good enough, damn it. And I feel like Land of the Blind it has a decent amount of that. And strategically, just I see all these bozos affirming, you know, the validity of this fucking realm of death and destruction. It's like, but for their own purposes, it's like to get through the day, like that's just weak. Like imagine being so weak that a person feels like they need to go along with delusion, death and destruction, depravity and decadence, defending all of that, by the way, just to get through the motherfucking day. Are you kidding me? Like, I'm not calling for this, but they could Alan Watts themselves, if anybody knows that, gets that reference philosophically. Like they don't have to accept the I'm gonna live side of the Alan Watts proposition that okay, we've chosen not to end ourselves in this moment. Now what? Right? It's like, yeah, they're free to take the other side of that wager, right? They don't have to continue to be here, do they? It's kind of the way I look at it. I am free to fuck off on some level, am I not? Now, I'm not spiritually. Buy the ticket, take the ride style. Like, I'd rather sign up for the Book of Job, I guess. Now, in fact, I've attempted to put myself into some version of whatever Job went through, and by choosing, at least initially, to be homeless. Right now, at a certain point, that does become a thing that one is not necessarily able to extricate oneself from, at least not directly. But I was able to do it in the long run. If I had, if I wanted to, I could, have a place to live and drive a truck if I wanted to. That seems silly to me. I never saw the point of long haul trucking and renting a place to live. And part of this I blame the Jehovah's Witnesses for, because I'm not quite discriminating enough in the people that I choose to even temporarily allow into my circle. But like, if I'll be a little critical of Big L, that my fellow truck driver, when I met him, pretty soon I figured out that he pays for he pays a certain amount of money to have a townhouse or whatever. Why? For what? To be there 3 days a month? Doesn't make any fucking sense, right? Like, why? Why? Like, I can't relate to that. Why? It's a waste of money. But I'm sure I waste money on things, and people are like, "Hey, why is he wasting money on this?" Well, I mean, I guess he doesn't consider it a waste of money, but I don't fucking get it. What's the point? What is the meaning of this? Oh, excuse me. What is the meaning of this? Uh-oh. He needs the house to fit into the hype. You're right. Exactly. I don't, the fact is, I'm not trying to identify with this, but I've proven over time, there's just not a lot that I need. Right. There's just not. And even the bullshit that I think I need, I really don't need in the final analysis. And in some ways, I was attracted to living that particular, backpack and sleeping outside. And some of that was just, I think, to see what could I do without, right? And it's effectively everything, right? Like, it's absolutely possible to just wander around Los Angeles indefinitely and sustain one's life. I mean, that's absolute. There's absolutely motherfuckers who've been doing that for 20 years. I've met some of them. They've just been wandering the greater Los Angeles area on foot for 20 motherfucking years. Right. This is a real thing. And you can't kill those motherfuckers, man. Those are some of the most fucking resilient, hardy, survivors there are, right? And they're treated like what? The lowest of the low, And in some ways, they're showing everybody, like, hey, man, this realm ain't shit. This realm ain't shit. All these comforts y'all think you need. Well, a fucking crazy, mentally ill homeless person can just go wander around without any of it for 20 motherfucking years. Right? So what are we talking about? And then you go to Kensington, Philadelphia, those zombies, what is that? The people bent over at the waist. And that's the people who the drugs can't even kill them. Right? Even the fucking drugs can't kill them. They're just waiting around for, it's like, are these drugs ever going to kill me? I mean, that's more or less what that is. Right? I mean, you think just mathematically they've just been that fucking lucky? That's what Kensington is just, this is the people who were able to make it through to this final stage of drug addiction. Right? That's what that is. That's some of the most baddest ass motherfuckers of all time. If you think about it, in a way, right? They've taken every Book of Job style in their own Book of Job way. They've taken everything the realm had to offer, had to throw at them and said, well, this ain't, what else you got? You got anything else back there? Got any biscuits in there? Mm-hmm. They done ate up everything the realm had to throw at them. The realm done fed them everything. Then offered them up to Moloch, then sexually abused them out of the gate. Probably damn near killed them as children. Whatever horrors they went through as infants and 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds. Now they're 35 years old, Ain't really hardly anything left of them. Physically open fucking sores, modern day lepers, right? There they are. And what does the realm do at Land of the Blinded? The realm every motherfucking day shows up and gives them their drug. Just says, here's your drugs. Have the drugs. It's funny, there's never an addict who's just like, yeah, well, I quit because finally it just economically I was no longer able to get my. The realm never doesn't provide the drugs. Isn't that funny? Funny how that works. Somehow they're always able to get the drugs. This is part of how I mind fuck myself into even living in the streets with nothing in the first place. I wanted to go live that way, but I was still fearful. And I told myself, I said, well, shit, these junkies wake up every day highly motivated, and somehow, some way, they're able to get what they need every day. So I'm pretty sure I can just put myself into that environment, and I will then become highly, not in a drug addicted sense, but I will then be motivated enough to whatever I got to do, you know. And I don't mean, by lowering myself morally. I just mean like I will figure it. If these bozos can figure it the fuck out, so can I, right? Which is what a surrender or a getting out of one's own way, right? The yin. It's the feminine. It's not the masculine, people. But then I got a smart motherfucker like in a thought experiment who's getting mad at me because to even suggest the possibility of surrender, it's like, well, wait a minute. I thought we were trying to be some version of a sage or some version of a mage or something. What is this? Now you're mad at me for suggesting that to maybe look at the other half of the yin and the yang on occasion strategically. Like what the fuck is going on here? What, because I'm speaking in a Christian concept and I'm talking about surrender? Is that how captured the being psychology is? Apparently so. It's fucking ridiculous, dude. It's absolutely ridiculous. Most of the rich are fucked because they fell in love with hell. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly. 1,000-pound people. And I watch. There's a channel I watch with a guy that reacts to. He used to be 600 pounds, and half the comments is like, "How do these people? I don't understand economically how they get all this food." Right? Yeah, it's because the realm makes sure that whatever it is that they want, whatever a person wants to feed on, the realm makes sure that it's provided no matter what. Right. And if I want to go back to womanizing, some broad will have me, right? Or nowadays, I don't even want to get into what it would look like nowadays, but I think y'all know what I mean. Whatever. Goodness gracious, what a disaster. Anyway, quick break. I get to fuel the truck now. Always a demon getting them more. That's right. Always a demon there to bring them their food. And the ones who by the way they live have enough money and manage to keep their mobility, they have just enough mobility to drag themselves to the grocery store, right? And to be able to stand up long enough to prepare the meals, like literally. And that's all the physicality they have. Yeah, it's crazy. Anyway, we'll plug in this phone real quick. And, BRB. All right, we're back. A worker bee will always appear to assist you in devolution. Devolution. I like that. Yeah, it's amazing, huh? Absolutely amazing. You know, there's times like when the fake pandemic was going on and I was truck driving, uh, like the company I was doing long haul with, my second ever company, like there were times I got drunk in the truck, like at the fucking company yard, and like went in the building fucking drunk and shit. But like I'm the type, you know, I keep my faculties like I wasn't necessarily obviously drunk, but at the same time, like they had to know on some level, right? Sort of just like, yeah, we'll just let you do that, I guess. Right. Just the things I've done in the past, like when I was really drinking hard and I had that local truck driving job in Arkansas, and it was like at a certain point I was talking to my mom. I was like, I don't know how I'm doing this. I said I'm working some days I work 18 hours a day and I'm getting fucking hammered and I'm not driving while I'm drunk. Like, how is this even didn't even seem possible, honestly. I was like, I don't know how I'm doing this. It's just complete insanity. Anyway, it's apricot time, but if y'all bear with me, I think I'll get on to something. I'll get on to something interesting, perhaps. If y'all want to hang out for a minute. Wait a minute, where's the water? Gotta have the water. My precious teeth. Very important. Very important. Apologies if you can hear me chewing. Delicious apricots. By the way, in our lifetimes, what precedent is there for any of us observing groups of people getting their shit together and like living righteously with purpose and avoiding disaster and calamity? I can't think of it. I can think of no examples of that from my life. Right. So, what is this idea based on? Of you know, it seems to be solely based on psychologically individuals aren't able to cope with the reality that there's no resolving or fixing any of these issues. It's just simply not possible. So the psychology seems to operate based on, well, it has to be possible. It's like, but what do you mean though? Based upon what exactly? I see no evidence of that. Where does that idea come from? Nobody can name anything that I'm aware of since I've been here 49 years where human beings have organized and had a goal of living some type of way or overcoming some sort of social problem and actually worked towards it and achieved it? Nothing. You can't, there's nothing. Name something and I'll tell you why it doesn't apply. There's nothing. So what is the evidence that any future efforts will bear fruit? What's the evidence of that? What logical reason is there to assume that that would be a thing that would happen? Based on what? Human beings having a desire to do what? A thing that's most likely impossible in the first place? Like, look at Los Angeles. Hey, we're gonna raise taxes, County of Los Angeles, and we're gonna do our best to fight homelessness. What is the result of that? More homelessness. So I already know, based on that one thing, when a group of people get together and say, we're going to get a bunch of money together and we're going to go out and tackle a problem, not only is the problem not going to go away, it's going to get bigger. Right? And what will people say? Well, you want us to just do nothing? And I'm like, no. But once something has 0% chance of success, I would say, how about don't do it? Right? So is doing something as opposed to doing nothing, you're assigning it a value, right? What I'm saying is, if we only go by the fruit of the effort, what does the fact that you did something matter? What, I see no relevance in the fact that something was done and now there's 50% more homeless people. Like, okay, we've made the problem worse in reality. Of course, Moloch's demonic system of business would say, well, that's jobs, buddy. That's economic stimulus. So people making $100,000 a year, some of these organizations. Taxpayer funded. All right, those are good jobs, man. So if I make $100,000 a year in some kind of homeless organization, and my buddy is looking for a job, and I know I want to keep my job, what's my incentive? Is my incentive to end homelessness, or is my incentive to actually at least keep it where it's at, and if possible, expand it? Seriously, what's the motivation? But then, you know, unfortunately, a lot of these truthers are the same way. They'll just assume, well, of course people want to end homelessness. Well, I'm just watching what people are doing and telling you no, they don't. I understand that there may be people may agree that there's a sentiment. I'm saying that based on the actions, it's quite the opposite. That some force here wants as many people in the streets as possible, at least now. I'm convinced the system wants people living in the streets everywhere for whatever reason. Yeah, the sheep don't need evidence, just a demon. They idolize it. That's right. Exactly. That's right. Well, and I've noticed it's gotten so bad that All the government has to do is announce something, and it's like it happened. An announcement gets made, the thing never actually happens, and people just seem to believe that it happened. They act like the thing happened. I'm like, what are you talking about? I understand it was announced, but they never actually did it. But people behave as if it happened. I'm like, what is this? This is crazy. It's complete insanity, man. And that's really the realm itself gaslights. The realm itself is does crazy shit, and then most people, affirm and make excuses for the crazy shit, and then it's like it functions as gaslighting. Like now I'm crazy because I actually can like recognize what's happening. You know, nuts. I'm pretty fucking good at dealing with it, though. I have to say, and less and less, I'm less and less identified with all that nonsense. Right, less and less. All right, now we're on to the beats. The beat, and I don't mean Ginsburg and Kerouac either. And I've really been disappointed with all this Trump stuff, man. It's been real disappointing. So when I first started watching Alex Jones, it was a lot of it was because he was going in on uh, George W. Bush, right? And then later on, he carried the water for Trump. But I understand the criticism of one part of the political system, meaning the blue or the Democrat. I get that. Where's the criticism of the other side? It's bizarre to me, right? And in fact, many people, when I first came to understand that there was this so-called truth community and all of this, I immediately was like, oh, a lot of these motherfuckers are like undercover fucking Trump fans. Like, what is this? Fucking crazy, man. Hmm. Strongly identified with delusion. So, bottom line, does it sound possible for a person to, advance spiritually and ascend in consciousness and, talk about certain things spiritually, whether it's a religion or Christ or all of this, and to simultaneously be strongly identified with the delusion that politics has any possibility of providing actual solutions to the people, which is impossible, by the way. Like, that can never happen. And anything that happens that seems to help the people, it's all in service of Moloch's machine. Always. The government has no history of people it helps. It only has victims left in its wake. So the idea of people enjoying Trump memes, right? But I can get on board with some of the making fun of the Democrats and all that. I actually listened to Kamala Harris's concession speech. I listened to the whole fucking thing. I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. I never bothered to listen to any of her speeches. It was astonishingly awful. I was like, wow, almost couldn't believe how bad it was. How bad she is at giving a speech. Holy smoke. And again, I'm not even really involved in what the system is doing, but as far as trying to predict it and watch it and talk about it so much anymore, but it's obvious to me that Trump's being used in part to just destroy the idea of an actual America as far as being competitive globally, right? I mean, obviously. And simultaneously, for whatever reason, a particular portion of the public identifies with that process and thinks it's awesome, right? Sort of you know, as if they were to show up at some kind of conference representing the United States, like they would want to be rude and boorish and a jerk to the people who represented other countries and like bully them and stuff and play fucking part of the deal power games, right? Like what? That's what y'all would want to do? Why? That doesn't sound like a loving Christian thing to do to me. What are you talking about? Imagine believing Donald Trump's a Christian, number one. Imagine believing Donald Trump is capable of loving you individually. Impossible, by the way. I mean, imagine Trump and his buddies in Manhattan. Excuse me. The beats went down the wrong pipe here. Give me a moment. Sorry. And the subject of just an average cracker from Arkansas comes up. Right? They don't even consider us to be like real people, like as far as capable of making our own decisions and full adults, you know, uh, productive members of society. We're more or less just viewed as children, Southerners especially. Right. So just the fact that most of the South now views a literal Yankee as their hero, right? Based on how I grew up, just that is insane. Like he's from Manhattan. What's wrong with you people? He's a fucking Yankee. I remember growing up in the South with the idea of we don't like Yankees. And now the hero of the South is a Yankee, a blue-blooded billionaire from Manhattan. Former Democrat, by the way. Former Democrat. Man, I can't talk and eat at the same time. Anyway, thankfully, we're almost done here. The poorest people in the country honestly believing that a billionaire cares about them individually and loves them. That's the psychological control. right? I mean, that's just sick. That's a psychological illness. I mean, it really is. Psychological illness. Right. But then, part of that is, you know, the lie of, well, somebody like EBT, if he had any balls, he would just come out and say, yeah, Trump's my guy and this is awesome and fuck you. But it's the, identifying with the memes, but then trying to play it as if, he's in the know that it's all a bunch of political theater, right? It's when he really actually most likely thinks all of this is going to make America great again. Seriously. And that's to be strongly identified with this realm of delusion. And it's not possible to serve two masters, right? It's every moment is a choice between serving creation and serving death. And to identify with Trump memes serves death, period. I'm not able to find any humor in any of that. Now, there was a time when I could find humor in a lot of things politically. Not anymore. Uh, it's sick, is what it is. It's all sick. There's none of it that's not sick. It's all in service of corporations and banks, right? And it's probably not a coincidence that almost nobody mentions anything political to me, because all I'm ever going to do is talk about, well, where your where your taxes go, right? I had some truck driver brought it up to me in the shipper office or whatever. I don't remember what he said, but I love it, man. When they open their mouth to me, I said, well, shit, tax. I said, where most of your taxes go, right? And he just looks at me. I say, most of your taxes goes to bankers for interest on the debt. And then he's like, you see him getting angry. Oh, I know. But here's the thing here's how human psychology works. They associate the anger with me, right? I've began to notice this in people. When I bring up something that makes them mad, they're so unevolved as humans and as beings that whatever that visceral anger is, because they're looking at me, they associate that feeling with me. Like, for real. It's like, well, wait a minute. Well, I thought we were having a conversation here. Right? I thought we were all grown folks having a conversation. What is this? Right? But I just hit them with the truth, man. Oh, you want to try to complain to me about certain aspects of the dystopia? That's fine. What about the thing that I don't hear anybody talk about ever? 1.15 trillion for interest on the debt last year. I don't hear that mentioned. I hear it when I say it. The Social Security Administration channel guy, the disability lawyer, he brings it up occasionally. He's just about the only person I've heard say that America, a lot of these changes are happening because America can no longer afford to fund itself, which is true. I mean, do y'all know this? That America literally right now cannot fund itself, meaning up until this point in history, you had George W. Bush and Dick Cheney, and Cheney went on record as vice president and said deficits don't matter. That's what the man said, meaning basically we can just pay for whatever the fuck we decide to pay for. That's what the message is. So up until a certain point recently, it was considered that the government could just fund whatever it chose to fund. If that was a the Ukraine war or whatever, that was fine. If it was, whatever happened after 9/11, that was fine. If it was the banker bailouts, that was fine, right? If it was all this stimulus during the pandemic, yeah, that works right up until it doesn't, right? And so that's where the skyrocketing debt service has happened, right? Because now the actual debt has reached a level where the majority of the money taken out of your pay and my pay for federal income tax, most of that goes to people who are already so rich, right? That 10 generations from now, their descendants won't have to do anything. Their descendants will be the laziest people you could ever imagine because they won't have to do anything that they don't want to do ever, not one time, as long as they meet their family obligations. These are people so wealthy they can't even become broke, right? Seriously. These are people who were born into such wealth, they can't become unwealthy. It's not possible. This is who most of your tax money goes to. Now, some of it goes to defense, sure, some of it. Some of it goes to other things. Some of it, most of it, goes to interest on the debt. And people have no problem with that, right? So nobody can talk to me about voting or the government or this or you because nobody cares, right? You got a nation of people and nobody gives a flying fuck that they're working and paying into a tax system that hands over the majority of their federal income taxes to people who are so fabulously wealthy that they can't become unwealthy. I'm seriously, that's the literal situation. And they don't give a fuck. Serious thing. I mean, what I almost can't process that. And so the guy that got angry in the shipper office, why is he angry? Right. Is he mad at me for bringing it up? Right. Because no matter who the president is, yeah, Biden made sure 1.15 trillion went to the bankers last year. Trump's going to make sure probably a greater amount goes to the bankers. Right. So does it fucking matter who the president is? So nobody can talk to me about politics or the financial system because that's going to be the first words out of my mouth is what about this interest on this debt? You want to change the system and help the people, the first thing you got to do is quit giving all the money to these banks. That's the biggest welfare recipients. And I got Americans who want to talk about, can you believe these foreigners come to the country and they're just giving all this money? And I'm like, yeah, it's way less than we give the rich bankers. So what are you talking about? Cut the bankers off and then talk to me about what human being. You mean poor people are getting money and I'm supposed to be mad? What about the rich people? The biggest welfare recipients of all are rich. The richest people get the most welfare. How can I be mad that somebody came here from Guatemala and can you believe they're paying their rent and giving them all these food stamps? Well, considering that all the rich people are getting free money, then I mean, yeah, I can't. I mean, I kind of can't believe it. I'm surprised it's only rich people. I'm surprised it's not only rich people getting free money. Welfare. You can't talk to me about welfare. You can't talk to me about immigration. Corporations have taken over the entire country, folks. Corporations need workers, folks. Therefore, the corporations have partnered with the government and said, how about y'all let about 60 million people in over the next however many years? And then however many of them don't serve the corporations, we'll just send them back. Right? We'll cast a wide net. We'll let everybody come. And then we'll wait a few years. And whoever's not a criminal. So basically, we'll keep everybody who's serving corporations and is not an active criminal, and we'll send everybody else back. Or we'll put them in prison here, and that'll be its own industry. It's obvious, folks. It's obvious. So anybody that identifies with, well, it's Trump's been president 100 days and it's the lowest border crossings ever. Yeah, because the corporations and the government have already let 60 million motherfuckers in. There's too many now. So now they're saying, okay, we have our workers, right? So now we get to sort of sift through them, and it's like going fishing. We caught so many, now we're going to start throwing some back, right? Meanwhile, these bankers always pay themselves first, folks. That's the number one tenet of a banker. They will get paid first, no matter what. So the bankers say, well, we have this tax system, and banks are owed all this money for debt and interest, and somebody is going to have to do these jobs, and most of these jobs involve paying into the tax system. And if there's not enough people who live here who can meet the qualifications and serve the corporations, then we must bring them here, which is exactly what's happened. No matter what happens, folks, corporations will have access to labor at the price of their choosing, no matter what. Right? The people have no power over what I earn as a truck driver, which is why what I earn as a truck driver is pretty much what truck drivers were earning in 1995. And I don't mean adjusted for inflation. I mean same fucking money. For real. Because the closer the industry gets to automation, the lower the job becomes in value. That's just how it works. And furthermore, in some way, I'm proving to the system that I'm a chump who will work under horrible conditions for peanuts, right? For peanuts. So I prove myself to the system in a way. I'm a chump every single day I get up and drive this truck, right? And I can justify it to myself all I want, right? And I'm pretty sure in the near future, I'm going to remove myself from business, at least in the active roles. And yeah, will I passively have to be involved with business? I mean, it's probably no choice, right? Whether that's just somebody with a job is, giving me some a couple of dollars, right? You know, I mean, can I live on rice and beans and my brain still work? I don't know, maybe. Will I go live on a chicken farm just to have eggs? I mean, who the fuck knows? I mean, does it even matter? What's the difference? There's nothing of value in a delusion, right? In a realm of delusion, what can possibly have value in a realm of death, destruction, delusion, depravity, decadence, and on and on? Right? Well, I am the value inside of myself, right? I don't have any value to this realm. The realm only values me as to the degree at which I'm willing to affirm delusion, right? Which I'm doing right now, 55 cents a mile style, right? And at what point do I cash in my chips metaphorically, right? and fuck off and do something else. What's that going to be? Wander the West Coast for the rest of my life? Again, I mean, at this point, I don't know that it even matters. Like, what's the difference? I'll be somewhere doing something, you know, about to have another year of phone service, right? Experience tells me that if I run out of money or whatever, and I still have phone service or internet, you know, if I need StreamYard, somebody will pay for the fucking StreamYard. Somebody somewhere. You know, who knows? Maybe if I have to go monthly on the phone service, maybe somebody would pay for that. Again, does it even matter? Right? What's the difference? You know, where are my peers, by the way? You know, who are my peers in the so-called truth community who recognize the the folly in identifying with this system of things to any degree whatsoever, right? And look at me just now coming to accept that nothing about this realm is worthy of my identifying with it as valid. You know, truck driving, you know, it seemed like it's something that had validity in the past, right? Employment seemed like it was something that had validity. You know, the idea of somebody starting a business in America seemed to have validity, right? You know, the idea of a country or a state or a county or a city seemed to have validity, right? More and more, none of that has any validity. It only exists within a delusion. It is invalid by definition, right? No, that doesn't mean I can't go to Los Angeles for 6 months and enjoy myself on some level, while also, you know, shoring up whatever. You know, I grew a lot in that experience, meaning you know, a lot of healing, regained some of my abilities to physically move around in a way. You know, I'm not sure folks fully appreciate how ill I've been, how physically ill, which is fine. I mean, it's not a big deal. But you know, I have to remind myself. It's like, yeah, it wasn't that long ago that I couldn't even really walk that far. And then by the time I left LA, it was basically 10 miles a day every day on foot. Now I'm back to what? Driving a truck and, you know, almost no exercise. Right. So, you know, even if I wanted to keep driving a truck for a while, it's like at some point my body's going to be like, all right, man, we've had enough. And we need to get back to moving around there, Bubba. You know, with 5Gs in the bank, that'll be 10 before too long, right? Assuming I keep driving a truck. It's dead, man. That's dead. Render unto Caesar. Let the dead bury the dead. Like at this point, I almost can't even bring myself to care about the money. But my frugal nature remains. You know, I was looking at the Amazon, and I guess I was in a different time zone than my Amazon app, so it was telling me it could, if I wanted to buy this particular phone, it could deliver it tomorrow. But actually, it turns out it'd be the day after tomorrow, and that'll be too late for where I'm going to be at. But you know, it's like, yeah, I've got the money, but do I even want to spend with a case and tax $430 on a phone? But then, you know, the tariffs is economic stimulus because then I'm like, well, not really. But then what about the tariffs? For all I know, it's going to be $800 fucking dollars in the future, which it probably will be, you know, for, you know, the same level of phone anyway. Right. And then at what point am I just like, fuck it? Who even needs a phone? I almost gave it up when I was living in the streets with nothing. And I finally came down to, I traveled so much that I was not willing to give up Google Maps. And I was on Wi-Fi for years. I had no service for many straight years. I would just go to Starbucks or the library and download stuff to listen to or watch, and do my email, and maybe use their computers at the library. That's about it. It wasn't until I started working at the airport in Austin that I got a phone, because I knew I was going to have one for employment. Never did the Obama phone though. But we still got people in 2025 saying, how do these homeless people have phones? It's like, yeah, phones are free. Don't y'all know about Obama phones? I was sitting in my car in Echo Park, and some guy came up to me and tried to sign me up for an Obama phone, and I wasn't in the mood to talk to him. And I just basically was like, I got my own phone service. I got US Mobile. It's awesome. Get the fuck out of here. Eat it. I got a Google Pixel and US Mobile. Get the fuck out of here. But I guess I should have taken the free phone, I guess. And he gets $20. He gets $20 a head to sign people up for free phones. So am I supposed to be surprised that that same system, passes passes new taxes in like Los Angeles County and spends billions and billions and billions of dollars and homelessness increases? Is that supposed to be a surprise? Should I be surprised that corporations and government bring millions of people to this country and then they just give them a bunch of free shit? Where's the surprise in that? It makes sense to me. Why wouldn't it? What does it care? As long as the corporations turn record profits, that's all this is, man. America is about corporations turning record profits every quarter. That's all America's about. That's all that matters. Corporations will not compete with each other over the price of labor. That's why your wages can't go up. Adjusted for inflation, real wages have never increased in my 49-year lifetime. If you look at a chart, they'll slightly go up and slightly go down. That's it. It's a flat line. And why is that? Because corporations will not compete with each other over the cost of labor. That's called collusion. That's called competition is a sin. And what is going on right now, in my opinion, with these tariffs is, who's going to survive the tariff? Every motherfucking large corporation is going to be just fine. Walmart's going to be just fine. Amazon's going to be just fine. Home Depot's going to be just fine. Lowe's is going to be just fine. Target is going to be just fine. Once these corporations grow to a certain level, so what's happening is whatever businesses below that gigantic corporate level, that gigantic, huge corporation level, whoever did not survive the fake pandemic is about to get wiped out by these tariffs. Wiped the fuck out, in my opinion. Again, I can't prove this. This is my suspicion. I suspect. No proof. Could be wrong. Doubt I am. And in fact, just betting on small companies getting eaten up by big companies over time is a pretty safe bet. I'm talking about a quickening of that, an escalation, an acceleration of the rate at which the small are eaten up by the big. That's what I'm talking about. And I love seeing these videos of they go out and talk to these bumpkins in Alabama or wherever, and they're like, find some old cranky white people to go, yeah, all these foreigners coming here taking the jobs, keep running the wages down, and getting all this free stuff. And I just watch this and go, hey, that's your fault, Alabamans. Y'all let corporations take over your whole fucking state. Now it's not up to you. You no longer get to decide what happens because you would rather go to Dollar General and Walmart and Target if you're, in that class, and you'd rather go to Casey's Country Store, and you'd rather go to all of these McDonald's and all of this other stuff. You voted with your dollars, folks. You voted for corporations, so you get corporations. If Walmart could convince people to show up and work for free, and if that was somehow legal, there would be people working at Walmart for motherfucking free. Seriously. I mean, imagine the day where apparently now you have people using Klarna or whatever. It's like get your DoorDash delivered and then pay for it later, right? DoorDash now, pay later. So at what point in the future are people competing for access to locked dumpsters so they can get food or whatever else is in the dumpster, right? It's like, yeah, we'll clean up and do your security and take care of your parking lot, and power wash your fucking property. Just let us have whatever you throw away, right? That by the way, your own employees don't eat. At what point are you looking at some sort of whether it's Walmart or whatever, some kind of a place that involves food, just so they can have access to whatever would have in the past gone into the dumpster, by the way. It's like, yeah, 40% of the food supposedly ends up in the trash, and a lot of that's, at the supermarket level, or some of it at least. At what point are those jobs becoming valuable based on, well, I could be the person there that could eat the food right before it would normally go in the garbage. Meanwhile, I realized years ago, man, in truck driving, that I'm an early adopter of this is an attractive job because it's a place to live. Like society, we're already there, folks. We're already there where there's no fucking way I would do this job under these conditions for this pay if literally living in the truck wasn't attractive to me. Which, by the way, who are the only people in society that would be attracted to such an arrangement? Homeless people. So as more and more people fall into homelessness, the fact is more and more people are able physically and mentally and at the level of having a driver's license and an ability to be trained in the short term to go drive a truck for, by the way, as the inflation continues, at what point will I be doing this job for the exact same pay and it's half my paycheck just to eat, right? Like I could absolutely see it costing double what it costs right now to feed myself. So how long before I'm paying 50 to 60 bucks a day just to eat? Like that's absolutely within the realm of possibility. And I don't mean this at a level of fear. I'm saying this at a level of analysis, right? Analyzing what's happening. And so in the transition, anybody who may not know, right now, driverless trucks with no human in the cab are working as truck drivers, hauling freight between Dallas and Houston. So if I'm a company that wants freight moved from Houston to Dallas, I'm absolutely able to hire a company who will transport that freight and no human drivers involved, except for whoever has to go pick it up whoever has to go get the trailer loaded and then take it to whatever facility to have the self-driving truck hook up to it, wherever that's happening, right? Which local drivers are already doing versions of that anyway. The place I got loaded yesterday, it was mostly local day cab drivers coming in with a trailer, either empty or loaded, backing it into the dock, then immediately disconnecting from it and hooking up to a different trailer and then leaving with the different trailer. Right. There's already versions of this happening. So, yeah, it's right now it's some bullshit business that sells shitty quality doors apparently, and it's a bunch of Chinese nationals working there. But is that some kind of front for we're gonna we have a large facility and we're gonna renovate it, so we're gonna be the ones that are involved in human beings bringing these trailers here and leaving with trailers, and then this is going to be where the trailers come in and out of for the self-driving. Meanwhile, guess where that facility is located? It's right next to the fucking I-10. I made a right turn out of there. I went straight through a stoplight and I got onto I-10. Actually, that's not true. I was going the other way. So I made a right turn out of this facility. I made a left turn at the light, made another left turn at the next light, and merged onto I-10 and left Houston. Right. So seems to me like, yeah, this is a old shitty falling, an old shitty dilapidated warehouse with a bunch of Chinese nationals working there, shipping doors. Maybe that's a front for as soon as these trucks can drive themselves fully, we're going to shut this thing down for a month. We're going to renovate it, and then it's going to be involved in whatever needs to happen to get these trailers loaded so the self-driving trucks can pull the loads. I mean, would that not be one of the most advantageous locations? Why is it dilapidated and in disrepair? What do they say? Location, location, location. It's almost like the system itself is understood ahead of time to allow the most valuable areas that are close to interstates to fall into disrepair. Same thing in Memphis. My company sent me to drop and hook and pick up a load just right off the fucking interstate in the industrial area near downtown Memphis. Their fucking power was out from the day before. Again, the place looks like it's collapsing. Looks like it's going to collapse in on itself. Like, why are all these places right next to the interstate? It's either that or it's something it's a gigantic warehouse that's eight times the size of these facilities, that's built more like, near like a city, but kind of outside the city, like next to the interstate. These just gigantic fucking warehouses. The system knows what it's doing, folks. So I'm assuming a lot of these facilities that have been allowed to collapse and become dilapidated, they're waiting for the self-driving to be mature enough that, oh, well, looky here. We just happen to have all of these facilities that are available, right? And in the meantime, to run just enough of a bullshit business out of them just to keep them viable, right? That makes sense to me. I know this one I'm talking about in Memphis. They've sent me there twice. I've never left there with a load. I've been sent there twice. I'm 0 for 2 on going there and leaving with a load. 0 for 2. Right. But people work there. There's just kind-hearted, salt of the earth black folks from Memphis working there for $11 an hour or whatever they make, whatever the $13 an hour. And they live in houses that are falling in on themselves, you know. Can't even keep the electricity working, by the way. And, you know, watch how quickly all of that gets repurposed. You know, I'm sure companies are they're going to be involved in the logistics of, this is where send your, self-driving truck here, and then we will manage, getting the trailer to the dock, or maybe by then the trucks will be able to do it. Whatever that is, whatever that looks like, that's all already in the works, folks. Why it's not being talked about? All I'm hearing about is the actual part where the truck drives itself. I've heard almost nothing about the logistical side of, well, where are going to be the depots that those trucks leave out of this depot and go to this other depot, right? Because right now it's me going to a company, and that company is in charge of how does the freight get loaded, right? And then they tell me where to go with the load, and then I get to wherever this is being delivered. It's a major corporation distribution center, and then their personnel tell me, okay, drop it in this spot, go drop it in 537 or whatever, or put it in dock door 20 and just leave it, or, oh, you're going to live unload, so, go drop it in whatever door. Sometimes it's like, hey, park it in spot whatever. Our yard jockey is going to put it in the door, and then when it's unloaded, our yard jockey is going to put it back in a different parking spot, and then you're going to go hook up to it. That's already becoming something like what a self-driving truck could do. So, by the way, there was way less of that when I started truck driving in 2018. There was some of that. It's turning into more of that, where more and more I'm not even the one necessarily that's moving putting the trailer where it's supposed to be on their facility. When I first went into trucking, whoever managed the warehouse, they understood that it was better for their bottom line if I could do some of their work for them, meaning the truck driver who brings the load, let's have them leave it at the dock door. So even if it's a drop and hook, they might say, yeah, just go ahead and open the doors, break the seal, open the doors, and put it in door 45. Well, that's one less thing for their yard person to do, assuming they have an open dock door and assuming that the warehouse is able to accommodate the unloading, right? So I'm seeing more and more of that at certain places. So that when the day comes that my company's like, hey, we don't need you anymore, partner. Have a nice life. We're replacing you with a self-driving truck. Then the self-driving truck will be going to all the same places that I've been going, probably, for the most part, like this load of doors that I'm hauling, except that will now be some sort of depot with robots and maybe some humans, right? Managing that process. And by the way, this other company in Houston that I delivered to, why are they unloading and reloading the same trailer? That's almost unprecedented, right? And then these folks are from India or wherever. And we got, the safety guy was a driver, and now he's probably seen the writing on the wall that his driving job's not going to be here. So, how much of this is people, kind of playing dumb, but they're actually, they're going to survive this transition to the new shit. Did I miss my exit? No, I didn't. I did not miss my exit. I forgot to erase the waypoint. I set 2 waypoints for fueling, and I fueled at the first one, and I forgot to get rid of the second. That's all that was. And remember, all of this pickup number and, oh, you're here with the trailer full of freight, but, I need a delivery number that starts with a H32 with an M in the middle. And now it's like I'm there to get unloaded, but I got to wait 45 minutes while my company figures out what's going on. I hope y'all realize that the The self-driving and the AI is not going to deal with any of that. It's going to have complete information. There's never going to be, hey, my self-driving truck got there 45 minutes ago. What's the holdup? Oh, well, somebody forgot to type in the delivery number, so it's just sitting over there waiting for the delivery number. That's never going to happen. That will never happen even one motherfucking time, right? Because there's no human there to be tortured. That only happens because I'm a human being, and if I'm dumb enough to identify with the delusion within a delusion, within this dead endeavor called truck driving and business, and how demonic business is by its very nature. All business, by the way. Anything involving money is demonic. Anything, doesn't matter what it is. There's an element of the demonic involved, and that's just how that works. And most likely, maybe again, there's always exceptions to everything, right? But generally speaking, and so because I'm a human, and I might, in a hell realm, I might in the moment identify with all of this too much to actually be tortured by the fact that here I am with the fucking freight and an appointment time, but they won't unload me because I haven't clicked my heels 3 times and said there's no place like home. I mean, that's really what it is. In fact, I used to tell the people that. I'd say, yeah, y'all are waiting. Like, what are we waiting on? Oh, they're waiting for me to click my heels 3 times and say there's no place like home, which it's a version of that, right? It's like, yeah, we're waiting on an arbitrary thing to happen so that I can be tortured in the meantime. Like, it's absolutely what that is. And it happens. What's interesting is it happens to me way less because I'm way less bothered by it, right? It doesn't really bother me that much. Now I pretty much expect it. So when I went to somewhere near Philadelphia, and the lady's trying to torture me because I've never been to this place, I keep having to go back to the window, just like trying yet a different number on a delivery, by the way. And it's like the 3rd time around the mountain of just like, how about this number? How about that number? What about this one? How about I draw you a picture of a sunset? I mean, whatever we got to do here. Like the self-driving and the AI systems and these, the updated versions of these facilities, there's going to be none of that. There's going to be just enough humans to press whatever buttons need to be pressed. And there's going to be robots, and there already are to some extent, but, and that's it. That's what it is, man. The future doesn't need you, right? At all. Not as far as the business side. And this is all for rich people. Like, who else is it going to be for, In the future, is anybody other than rich people going to actually be able to afford anything? And I mean actual rich people. Because when there's no jobs, who's going to be able to buy anything other than rich people? Right? I mean, it seems obvious to me. And rich, as defined by anybody, rich is people who don't have to do anything at the level of a business or a job to maintain their lifestyle. It means they can just go fuck off and kick it indefinitely, and their lifestyle will not change whatsoever. Meaning they can still drive the same car, live in the same house, buy the same food, buy the same clothes, go on the same vacations. Their day-to-day life will not change based on if they just say, well, yeah, I've been farting around in my own business, but I think I'm good on all that. I'm just going to go hang out. Their life doesn't change. That's a rich person. People that we think are rich because they have relatively high incomes, if they have to go to that job to keep their lifestyle like it is, they're poor. That's a poor person. There's nothing in between. There's no middle class. What you think of as middle class is people who are temporarily experiencing relative affluence. That's not middle class. That can be gone in an instant. And in fact, many of those people at those income levels are living paycheck to paycheck. Many of them. How can they be middle class, so called? How can they be thought of as rich and they're living paycheck to paycheck? It doesn't make any sense. They're not. They're poor. They are poor. If they don't work for the next month, they may very well be facing eviction. You can't tell me that's a rich person. That's nonsense. A rich person can't be evicted. A rich person, if they get on drugs and mentally ill so bad that somehow they fuck up and their house gets taken, there's another house somewhere to go live in. Or there's a monthly check where they can just go immediately go live in a hotel or something. Like there's never not that safety net. They can screw up and screw up and screw up, and they're still not going to have to go to the homeless shelter or wonder where their next meal's coming from or sleep outdoors. Right? Never, ever, under any circumstances. That's a rich person. Short of that, it's a poor person. That's all that exists here. You can have an idea of middle class all you want. No such animal. Those are people who are temporarily experiencing relative affluence. I was born into one of those families. My father was earning a high salary when I was a child. And that continued into my early adulthood. And he now lives on a fixed income. He's a poor person. Guess what? He was a poor person when he made the equivalent of 750,000 to $1 million in today's money. That was what he made in the 80s, adjusted for inflation. He made up somewhere around $750,000 a year. How could he possibly? So, are you telling me that these people who make $750,000 a year right now are rich? If they can't quit their job and maintain their lifestyle, they're not. They're poor. What will their life be like if they can no longer make $750,000 a year? My father, who earned that amount of money adjusted for inflation by owning and operating his own convenience store, later found himself working, managing somebody else's convenience store for something around $30,000 a year. Which, by the way, if enough employees quit, could actually be less than minimum wage if he has to work all the shifts. So tell me again how that, but I guarantee you everybody where we lived considered him rich. He wasn't. He was temporarily experiencing relative affluence. And in whatever level of poverty he's living in right now, do you think he gives a flying fuck that at one time he could just, out of his own bank account, buy a $300,000 house? And that, by the way, at a time in which that bought, a lot of house. Who cares? What does that matter? And now I've got Americans just following big rigs at 53 miles an hour. Multiple Americans choosing to follow 53 mile an hour big rigs in 70 zone. That's your country, folks. Yeah, and one of them is going to maybe take this exit. Actually, yeah, one of the three took the next exit. Because if I tell that to people, they'll say, "Oh, well, maybe they're taking the next exit." Yeah, maybe they are. It was When it was 3 miles away, they were still right behind the trailer. They were right off the bumper of this trailer, of this truck. When I was going 63, and then I slowed down to 53, and they stayed right there. That's your fellow Americans, by the way. Back during what was considered the idea of the good times in the 80s and 90s, they would run you off the motherfucking road if you thought you were going to come out here and drive like that and go 63. I remember I used to drive on the expressway, and there was these, when they opened up I-540 in Arkansas, it was a lot of steep hills, and Arkansas don't have hills really, so a lot of the people didn't understand that when a big rig starts going up a hill, it's going to slow down, and every once in a while we'd see some Dumbo in a car got stuck behind a slow big rig trying to go up a hill, and now all the traffic is passing so fast they can't pass, and we would just laugh at them. Say, look at this bozo. Now people are doing that shit on purpose on the flat ground. They're choosing to, let's see, what's the slowest big rig we can find to follow behind. Right. Same fucking person. We were laughing at the same behavior. Like, look at these idiots. Look at that moron over there looking dumb. Stuck behind that big rig going 48 up that hill. What an idiot. Now I slow down to 53 and they don't pass me. Or it takes them 5 minutes to figure out, oh, wait a minute, we're going 53. Better pass. And then, yeah, one of them takes the exit. Big fucking deal. Oh, my good. Meanwhile, they can't pass me within 2 miles? Are they really that much in fear that they're going to miss their exit? No, they're looking at their goddamn phone. These people want self-driving cars. They don't want to have to drive the car. They want to look at their screen. Okay? It's what they want. Don't threaten them with a good time. You mean they get to look at even more TikTok? Hell yeah, bring it on. Bring it on, bitch. So these are the people not you, the listener, but these are the people I'm expected to buy some kumbaya fucking idea that everybody's going to come together and fix this place because of, but for the children, by the way, that are sacrificed to Moloch right out of the gate, a pagan deity, fucking burnt offering sacrifice to Moloch. So these are the people who are going to fix everything by being led by Donald Trump and make America great again and fix everything. Oh, they're going to fix it, all right. They're going to fix it. For whom and for what? So, again, of course, in a realm of death and delusion and destruction, a realm of death, of course these ideas are dead. This notion of a day's work for a day's pay. That's dead, motherfucker. That is dead. You think you're going to go out here and earn enough money on one salary or even two salaries to raise a family? You better learn how to serve a corporation to the fullest. Yeah, Amazon might pay you $400,000 a year with bonuses, but you better learn how to make yourself valuable to Bezos. Meanwhile, the common worker at the warehouse, Amazon itself will tell you, oh, we expect these people to last six months to 2 years. We want to burn them out. Our business model is based on these. We want to get competent workers, watch them like a hawk, keep them from stealing as much as possible. And then what we want to do is we want to work them as hard as we can so that within six months to 2 years, they're no longer capable of working here, whether that's physically. Some of them literally drop dead, and then some of them will just be so burned out, they will no longer be able to willingly show up here. So between all of that, Amazon fully expects to just burn through all their workers, right? So, by the way, doesn't it make sense if the corporations are beginning to approach labor that way? Doesn't it now make sense that the corporations would partner with the government to bring tens of millions of new workers here? Okay, let's burn out. Let's bring 60 million here, 20 million of which will be actually be able to serve the corporations, and we're going to burn them out. And then after we burn them out, they're going to go work for some other corporation who's going to burn them out, and on and on and on until eventually it's the literal fucking 72-year-old door greeter at Walmart, literally, right? Or whatever they're doing. I see 80-year-old women stocking Walmart shelves now. That's disgusting, right? Now I don't internalize that. I don't blame myself for that. That's disgusting. Do you think anything's going to change through the political system and the corporate structure at a level of make America great again that's going to lead to me being able to walk into a Walmart and not see an 80-year-old stocking shelves? Now, what will happen is I fully expect automation to reach the point that just there will be no customers walking into Walmart. And Walmart and Amazon, I expect, are going to merge into one company eventually. And the super centers will be operated, as some form of fulfillment for drone delivery and load up the vans. And the van, by the way, there's literally been delivery vans driving around Bentonville, Arkansas with no human in the van for years now. So do you think that's not going to be nationwide? Walmart started running drone delivery out of the they've been running drone delivery out of the parking lot of a Walmart supercenter in Rogers, Arkansas. Before that, they were running it out of Pea Ridge, Arkansas. How many more years before that's perfected enough to just go nationwide? Drone delivery out of the Walmart parking lot, stock up the delivery vans and whatever robot, and it's going to bring it to your motherfucking door and drop it off. And then all of that would probably coincide with another pandemic. And what better time to have people accept all of this stuff just delivered to their homes by robots? Makes total sense to me. Why wouldn't that happen? They already don't want you in the supercenter as a customer. They look at you like, why ain't this motherfucker having this shit loaded into his car in the parking lot? What is this? Look at this dinosaur in here filling up his own shopping cart. What a crazy person. What is this? And then, by the way, so even myself in the recent past to strongly identify with notions around capitalism, corporatism, government, political system, business, jobs, employment. It's all dead, man. None of it has any value. It's all demonic, right? Yeah. Now, am I forced to participate in ways? Yeah, of course. It's not possible to fully opt out of that, except for take the Alan Watts, hey, you don't have to choose. You can choose to not be here, right? Philosophically. And this is not I'm not calling for that. Do I need to post the hotline in the chat? Perhaps. Anyway, I guess I'm just about run out of stuff to ramble about. How long's it been? 4 hours? Damn. Wow. I sure can talk. Anyway, appreciate y'all being here. Bye.